I doubt it.
Starting it now. This is so. Hello, guys. Let's see. Taking a risk now.
Are we live again?
I think.
Hallelujah.
Give her a minute.
Hello.
Give her a minute.
I think you can hear me still. Like.
Yeah.
This one. Hello.
Test 1, 2, 3.
It's working, you dogs. He's saying.
It's working.
It's working, you dogs.
Good.
Okay.
Jeez.
Are we pumped? I see it's working now, guys. Let's fucking blast, man. That was a bad start of a good series. Let's fucking go, team. Let's fucking have a blast today.
Let's go.
Yeah, we are hyped for the RBGs, of course, and that's what we're gonna talk about today. And the next expansion coming up is Mr. Pandaria, which we're all gonna play and enjoy. Let's fucking get the pump in here today. Let's fucking have a awesome evening with some RBG talk. And you guys on the run, you can post some questions as well. We won't be able to take all the questions on the run. We will put like a time. Maybe in the end we're gonna be more interactive with the questions. But if you have something important, we can of course take it in before. So yeah. I just wanted to introduce my Xockburn and Tdot here. The big Tdot and the Xockburn as well. Yeah, let's go. Xockburn, do you want to start talking a little bit about yourself and your view on RBG? Or yeah.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I love your enthusiasm, Shreddy. You're making me even more hyped for MoP coming out here, so definitely looking forward to that. Yeah, so if you don't know me, yeah, people call me Xockburn. Unfortunately, that got banned, and now it's Xockburn. I need to have a rebranding for my Twitch, but I'll get there eventually. But yeah, I've been playing since 2005, and I've essentially just been forming RBGs since the very beginning of RBGs in original CATA. So I've been doing that, and recently hit HOTA in season 9 of Cataclysm, and with a bunch of people, with RBG Farm and some other guys. And yeah, I've just been forming educational RBG groups ever since, having lots of fun. I think people like it, so, and hopefully people are learning how to do RBGs a little bit more properly. So yeah, that's about it. I mainly play DK, so yeah. There you go.
Yeah, and Tdot.
Hey guys, so I'm Tdot. I am, just a private server player. Played a bunch of CATA. Now going into MoP. Got one HOTA, just like Xockburn. Hopefully more.
Yeah, and I think the people in the stream know me as well. I don't think I need to introduce myself. That's a bit too monkey, but yeah. Let's start with the question in the stream. So, how do you guys feel about MoP RBG? Are you gonna be hyped for it, or do you think it's gonna be like decent, or do you actually? What do you think about the MoP RBG? What is the God's feelings for it?
Tdot, you want to start?
Yeah, so MoP RBG is very, very fun. I think way more fun than CATA. Like just how classes are redesigned and everything. Like tempo of the games, like the chain CCs, the combos, everything. It's more synergized. That's my take on it.
All right. Yeah. For me, I'm actually I'm gonna probably take it kind of chill at the start. I'll probably do my normal, groups, forming groups and stuff like that. But I'm really looking forward to it, simply because I really like the fact that there seems to be more variety in comps, of viable comps for at least the first season of MoP. We'll see how it kind of transforms later on, but I like when, you're not always facing fucking 5 boomies and a warlock and a rogue. That's so kind of boring with Cataclysm. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing at least one of each class on teams, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, and with the combos like Tdot mentioned, we're going to see some very exciting plays, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also really hyped for the RBGs. Like, you can't even imagine. Like, I've been like leveling 3 monks totally, and was leveling 3 extras, which I had to take a chill with to level professions, and I tried to not burn out as well, of course. So I went out yesterday with some friends. I had a party just to be ready, just to sit in front of the computer and enjoy when MoP releases. I'm not gonna go out a lot at that time when the MoP release, so I was out a lot just yesterday and stuff. So yeah. But yeah, I have some different questions I wrote here, and we can start a bit with them. And if Tdot and Xockburn, you have something you want to talk about as well on the run, let's bring it on. And I will try
for
to
sure.
use the chat a bit as well if there's some good questions on the run or anything you guys in the chat have as well. So let's enjoy this stream together, everyone. The first question was something Xockburn talked a little bit about, but let's go deeper into it now. How does MoP Classic RPG feel compared to Cataclysm? What is the truly difference? Is the pace faster, the burst higher, or the tactics more advanced than we saw in Cataclysm? Maybe you want to start with that, Tdot, since you played some on the private servers as well, and been actually, yeah, you can tell a little bit more about that as well. What you've been doing to prep for the MoP.
Yeah, so how does it compare? Like, I mean, you kind of did say it yourself, like the pace is faster. I think tactics are going to adapt a little bit, you know, new maps. Maybe some people didn't play them for a long time, you know, Deep End Gorge changing from retail, maybe. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, like, for example, like how AB was, you know, just sending 10-man middle, maybe 10 people go in the middle of Deep End, you know, just take the middle node.
Yeah, that as well for sure.
Like
yeah.
Mobility with certain classes, like Druid has insane mobility, like even more so than CATA. Like same with Rogue, Perma Sprint, like just being able to get around the map effortlessly, like just being in the right places at the right time, like it really will change games.
Yeah, for sure. Also, just like I have that feeling that in CATA people didn't need to CC a lot. Of course, it was good if you did some CC, some clones on the right time and stuff. But here you actually need to do the setups with the Glyphs, the mask grips, the beams and clones, and like you cannot just ignore that. That's my thing at least. I didn't play too much MoP back in the days because I kind of came back in the Walls of Draenor and played a lot from there. So I'm really hyped for the MoP RBG to actually play them myself now properly. But I really think that yeah, there's more about the CC and the setups. What do you think, Xockburn?
I definitely agree. I think that I think as we noticed with what happened on the private servers and I think on beta, the team fights are going to last longer, which which opens up for a lot more strategies. When the team fight in Cataclysm only lasts like 30 seconds to 45 seconds, there's not much you can do in a strategy. It's pretty much you either win the team fight or you lose the BG, and it's kind of boring in that sense. So the fact that team fights are going to last much longer will allow for, I think, like for example, I think Arathi Basin was mentioned just a second ago. There's probably not going to be a 10-man team fight at Blacksmith, in my opinion, because if the team fights are going to last like 5 minutes, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to leave the other nodes just open and nobody capping them? Probably not. I think we're going to see exactly what happened back in original MoP, where they're going to probably send the rogue to mine, probably send the mage up to lumber mill, grab it, then slow fall down to blacksmith. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what people actually come up with, but I really doubt that they're just going to leave nodes open for free. It doesn't make much sense to me. You want to take every advantage you can, especially when team fights are that long. But yeah, that's kind of my take on it. I think that obviously CCing coordination is going to be very important, as well as communication. But I think as people like in general, they're always going to try to find the simplest coordination possible. So we're going to look to see. I don't think people are going to take it very far in terms of they're going to try to keep it simple for the CCs and the mass scripts. I mean, it's going to be the same thing. I don't know if we're going to talk about this later, probably, but one of the map openers is probably going to just mass grip into a vortex, into a solar beam, stuff like that. They're going to try to keep it simple, try to do a lot of burst damage and just blow someone up very quickly. So, but there will be more coordination than there is in Cataclysm, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But there's also one interesting thing. There's something with the blue PvP set. There's resilience on, and the purple, the epic gear is different. So people should be more tanky in the start. They made some changes to this from the private server as well. That on the actually MoP it's gonna be a bit less tanky than it was with the blue gear. Is it something you know a lot about, Tdot? If you can explain a little bit about the meta with the blue gear, and afterwards what you think actually is gonna be some changes there's some different gameplay and from that.
So I do know like it makes a bit of a difference. Like it's not like major, but it does make some impact. I didn't play the beta, so I don't know how much of the damage values did change.
Yeah.
But as the season progresses, as people get more gear, probably after like 5 weeks, you're just gonna notice things die even quicker than they were, when the season starts.
Yeah, for sure. But with the Resia and stuff and the stats and everything, do you think actually people will play like some different comps in the start and later in the season they will probably switch it up a bit, or do you think you can just stick with the same comp from the start?
Yeah, for sure. I think, some people have an idea of maybe what is the best. Some people want to test new things. Like, for example, Double Warlock. I think people will definitely give Double Warlock a try, just based off how original MoP was, right? People do value it very highly. I mean, we'll see how the players manage to make it work, right? Hopefully they're going into herbalism and maxing their snapshotting, like those kind of things to get the full value out of it. So it is interesting to see what people bring to the table, double mage comps. I mean,
yeah, it kind of leads to
game.
the next question. I think I actually should post say the next question, because it kind of leads to that what you start talking about now. So let's bring into it. Like, what's the ideal team composition for serious MoP classic RBGs? Which specs are core to pick, and which one should teams avoid in competitive gameplay? If there's some classes that you maybe won't bring, or maybe needs to go with another class together or something if you bring both, or yeah.
I think the highest value, the highest value classes are definitely, I feel, Monk, Mage, and Druid, because I feel like those are probably the classes you're most likely gonna eventually at some point stack. Double Mistweaver, like double Mage, 2 Druids, 1 Flex, or 1 Boomy. Like I feel like those classes are kind of stand out a little bit amongst the rest. Obviously, there's other classes that have core roles, like the Rogue, Warrior, DK, Holy Paladin, of course, Holy Priest, Warlock. Like they fill the necessary roles, and then I feel like classes like Hunter kind of fall a little behind just because there are more options to bring to the table.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on, if you don't mind, do you think the Warrior is overhyped? Do you think it's gonna be good to start, maybe fall off, or it's just, what are your thoughts on the Warrior? Because I know a lot of people want to play Warrior, and I think it might be quite interesting.
I think season 12, Warrior will be like super viable. I think eventually, as like the seasons progress, you're probably gonna see that Warrior spot change to like a Boomy spot, as I was saying earlier, with like 2 Druids potentially.
Yeah.
Like I definitely think having 2 Druids on the majority of the maps is like very, very good. And I think, as more gear and the damage increases and everything, you're just gonna see more caster-oriented teams. Whereas like earlier on, you're probably gonna see like the Warriors like maybe being the star of the show in team fights.
Yeah, I would have to agree, because back in OP was kind of like the original was kind of the same thing. It's kind of started off kind of with like Warriors and whatnot, other classes, and then by the end of the expansion, it was just pretty much like caster cleave comps and so on and so forth. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. But you mentioned like the specific classes that were going to be there. You mentioned Frost Mage. You mentioned like 2 Druids, for example, Warlock. Isn't DK going to be like a must in the composition?
Yeah, DK is really important. I feel like, just for the setups, like
Yeah.
just having a mass grip with a ring of peace or a vortex, like just it forces cooldowns, right? And if you're not forcing cooldowns, then obviously there's an issue. So the DK does play an important role, right? Even something like Temple, just having the slows, synergy with the Frost Mage, being able to kite around the map, like these little
Yeah.
things that might not show up on the scoreboard, even though DK is a class that can pad the meters, right, with disease spreading and everything. It's definitely a lot more than just the damage. Like
Yeah,
they
I
play
agree.
an important role.
Hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah.
you said that the hunter, for me, so the team composition is always very important. Because I was my one of my goals going into MoP is to kind of play with maybe some unconventional classes, right, and try different things to see how viable they are. And obviously, as we know, there's 3 new battlegrounds being added for MoP, which reduces the chance to actually get flag carrying maps. So my question is, like, do we not care about flag carrying maps, or since there's a higher chance of getting other types of battlegrounds, maybe a feral druid isn't the most viable thing available. Maybe you must have a rogue, because for the ninja caps and some of the stealth plays, they're a must in any season. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like having one rogue and one druid on like an attacking team is like so scary because they have so much utility. They'll just take your node.
That's true.
Like
Actually,
it's really scary because like even if you have everything, right? Like if you don't have someone that's like ready to float in, like they will probably take that base in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, but I also think that ninja capping though is going to be not as easy. For example, if you're a rogue pharaoh, you're going against a pharaoh that has symbiosis paladin and has bubble. That's going to be hard to ninja cap, and so you might not get those instant ninja caps if the pharaoh plays properly, for example.
Yeah, Pharaoh's definitely, it opens up windows like I feel like on AB, like a Gilneas, like I think it's very interesting. Like I know Roman's gonna play Pharaoh. Roman's like a really good druid, obviously. I know he plans to play like Pharaoh Boomy, and I'm interested to see how he plays it.
yeah, because
Even something like Silvershard, like going on off nodes, right? Like having like that Pharaoh, like with the rogue, maybe it ends up being advantageous, right, to a certain team, like on specific maps in that scenario.
Also, me and Liski, we had like a big conversation about this actually with the druid role, with that if the druid should have guardian and boomy, or like guardian and feral. Because if you have feral, you have the bubble for defending, but if you have guardian, you don't have the bubble for defending, but you have boomy for Kotmogu, where you can like do way more on Kotmogu and boomy. Because we were actually talking about if you needed that bubble for defending, and he says maybe you don't need the bubble, like it's not necessary, so you can play like Guardian Boomy. What are your thoughts about that, Tdot? I know you're gonna play Feral as well, or Guardian, and do you want to have like the Boomy off spec, or do you want to go like? What's your thoughts on that?
I think all the combinations are viable. I don't think they're bad. I think every combination brings something to the table. I think it's just more so dependent on what maybe your team needs or wants to play. For example, like having a Feral Boomy or a Guardian Boomy, right? They just bring different things to the table. I do think Feral Guardian is maybe like a bit ceiling limited because maybe you do want to have a Boomy for like a Temple or a Gilneas, like something just to add more CDs on top of like for chains and whatnot. I do think
you always
it
already
maybe
have one
slightly.
Boomy, yeah. You already have one Boomy most of the time, but yeah, especially for Kotmogu, I think like Kotmogu is the big like bad having Feral Guardian, That's what I think as well. So.
Yeah, it just depends on how teams want to play. Like maybe they want to have like the Feral Rogue more offensive. Maybe they just want to bring a second Boomy like for the extra beam, the extra vortex, right? Just to put more pressure on team fights, right? Just depending on how teams want to play. But they can be viable in different ways.
So potentially,
That's true.
in potentially non-FC maps, you'd be running 2 boomies if you already have one on the roster and your feral. Your guardian has the boomy off spec. So that would leave the question would be then who's defending? You know, are we gonna have a boomy defending? You know, I'm just thinking of like Eye the Storm, Wrath Basin, Battle for Ganaeus. You know, you're gonna need someone that can defend for quite a while, because it does take time to actually peel out to go help whoever's being ninja captain, for example. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the point. Like, depending on the comp, depending on like the role that you play, like maybe feral in some situations is better, right, for defending a base, whereas like just compared to boomy, like
But
in the 1v1.
And would you
what
say that?
about? Sorry, you can talk. It's
No,
fine.
go ahead. Oh,
I just
sorry.
wanted to say that would you defend I think you can defend a Guardian fine, you just don't have the bubble. Like, I think it's still fine to defend Guardian, or would you actually defend a Spoomy then?
I guess like in a realistic scenario, I would probably go boomy just because as guardian, like you just have no kill condition. Like obviously you're not meant to kill, you're just supposed to keep the node. But I feel like as a boomy in a 1v1, I think you potentially could keep the node long enough. I mean, especially early on, right? With lack of gear, like I wouldn't be too worried about, let's say, a rogue 1v1. But obviously, if it's a double ink, I think that's a different story. You know, as I mentioned, like
Yeah.
so much utility. Like, even if you're sitting on the base with a cloak of fire, right, you can just get knocked off, right? It doesn't do damage, so it doesn't break your CC, right? You have an NS clone, you have a blind, you have a kidney, you have a beam, right? You have all these tools to just take a node in that 1v2. Like, I don't think it's about the 1v1 so much.
Yeah, and also you have the symbiosis where you can, if you're actually perma defending, you can literally go another symbiosis than you would normally do. Maybe on the warlock where you get that demon armor or whatever, you get like the more armor. Don't you get that from warlock?
Yeah. So Boomy gets the armor for 40% damage reduct, which is like really good, right? Because you have that along with bark skin, you have like your earth stock, right? You can heal yourself, you know. Like you can definitely spin. Like it's not like CATA Boomy where it's like you get open and you're just dead,
Yeah.
right? Like you can actually do things.
You
You
blink,
also
you're
have
dead.
decent off heals on Boomy. I watched some Bilby stream when he's doing like heal. No, I mean Boomy and Warlock 2s and stuff. Like you can actually heal yourself a lot as Boomy.
Yeah,
Like
it's very underrated.
pots and
Like
stuff.
especially with like Cenarian Ward, right? Like rejuve. Like it adds up.
Yeah, exactly. But to go back to the question a little bit again, uh, if we want to talk about ideal composition, maybe one of you would like to talk, like actually list all the classes. What would your ideal composition be for MoP? Like what comp would you actually? This is the first thing I'm gonna try. This is what I think will be the best. If one of you want to start with that.
Tdot talk about it because my ideas are kind of from his ideas, variations from his ideas. So
Yeah.
I'll let him take the floor.
Okay, so or like meta comp is what you're saying, Shreddy.
Just what is
Is
the
that what you mean?
ideal composition for serious MoP
Okay.
RPG?
All right, I got you. So basically, I feel it's like a druid, right? A guardian, flex boomy, right? With a mistweaver, a holy paladin, a holy priest, and then you have DK warrior rogue with mage, lock, and then the last spot could either be like a second mage or a boomy. Like that's what I would play.
Yeah.
Just depends on like who's around and whatnot. But I really do like double mage. I know like a lot of people don't really hype it up as much, but I do think it's really really strong. And if people have like 2 good mages, I definitely think it's worth trying out.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. Like, what does that mage bring? Like, they're not gonna play fire anymore. They're gonna play frost, I believe. And why do you think like mage you could actually class that compared to like warriors, for example, or anything else like a warlock? Or...
So frost mage kind of does almost everything well, right? It has good survivability, it has very good CC, it has very good control, it has very high burst damage. Like it checks off a lot of the boxes that of something you need in RBG, right? Like if you're playing split, or if you need a stall, or you need to defend a node, or you need to ink a base, right? It has a lot of pressure, right? Frost Mage is also one of the biggest counters to a Guardian Druid as well. So even if you're on a flag map, like you have 2 Frost Mages just bursting, like your kill potential is like way higher as well, just for that certain scenario.
Yeah, for sure.
They're
And
just
I
very
also
good for controlling, and like even
Mhm.
something like Temple, like just kiting with orbs and then having to go through 2 Frost Mages, like you're not gonna have a fun time. It's I feel the ceiling's really high for it if you have the players to play double Frost Mage.
Yeah, but also something for the flag maps, like for the Twin Peaks Warsong. I think like you can have 1 mage in offense or 1 mage in defense, or 2 mages offense, or you can even have DK in offense as well. Then and then you have 1 mage defense. So you have slows at least in defense, no matter what. I can see the place for double Frostbite. I think it could be really good. But I would still not sacrifice this clones and teamfight. I think the clones and teamfight, if you have a really strong, good boomkin, I would value that a bit higher. But I haven't played MoP a lot, but that's what I think. I really would prefer having the clones in the team fight. But I see the play with double frost. Like, can't you also like shatter on the other guy's frost nova? How does work? You can, if you time it correctly, you can literally one-shot people, I think. Oh, Relentz is
Um,
here. Relentz, you can join the call as well. We're in the RBG Discord. You can just join the channel. You have, yeah, if you want to join, sure, bro. Let's go, jump right in.
To go off what you just said, Shreddy, yeah, like those are definitely valid reasons. Like having the clone, having the vortex, having the beam. It's not bad at all, right? It's really, really, really good. It's just like certain play styles. I feel like where maybe Frost Mage can benefit in other areas where the Druid wouldn't.
Yeah.
As I said, with the control and the very high burst damage, like just different styles of play. And I think that's great about MoP because it's not like you just necessarily need to play one way. Like teams will think outside the box, right? Someone like Abby, for example, might want to run double rogue, right? And they'll try and improvise and bring new things to the table.
Yeah, that's what I think is so interesting about the MoP RBGs as well. I feel like in CATA you couldn't switch up too much, or maybe you could try something, but that would still be a meta. But I think in MoP it's more like bring the player, not the class scenario. That's my opinion on it. I think you can bring a Ellie or a Shadow Priest if he's really, really good. You can bring him as well, or maybe even like maybe a Destrolog or something as well. Like you can actually mix it up quite a bit. I also think you could bring a Hunter, but what would that swap out? Would it swap out the DK or the Rogue? But there's a lot of things you can do, and we're gonna see when the season starts and stuff what people actually gonna play and try out. And that comes a bit back to you, Cockburn. You said you wanted to try out some stuff, so maybe you wanna put your take on this?
Yeah. So obviously, the ideas I have is not going to be top tier compositions. I think there are some limitations on how far you can go with certain variations, but generally speaking, you can attain 2K, even 2.2K with certain comps. One of the comps I really liked back in original MoP was running with a rogue as a flag carrier, which I was actually flag carrying as a rogue back then. I did not know how to play rogue. It was the first time I ever played rogue. I didn't know what I was doing, but I still reached 2.2K as a rogue FC. It's generally quite easy, and it's actually quite a fun experience. I think that a good rogue that knows what they're doing as a flag carrier would clearly make a big impact. And I was actually having ideas of, is there a spot in the RBG team for a Windwalker monk, right? And they have good. I think I spoke this with Tdot in the video I'm kind of working on. But is that Windwalker monks? I think he mentioned this. That Windwalker monks have good 1v1 potential, and if you have them on some kind of defense, in non-flag carrying maps that you would feel pretty comfortable, with a Windwalker monk there. And one of the ideas that was had was that in the RBG group team that I would probably run is having a Windwalker as like sort of like an FC. But obviously, we all know that any flag carrier that is not a stealther is going to be terrible because how are they going to pick up the flag if they can't stealth to go pick up the flag? And some of the ideas would be like, well, if you have a rogue on the team, the rogue could go pick up the flag. Rogue has amazing mobility. You have the Windwalker in the team fight for like control. It's Ring of Peace, disarms. The Fist of Fury. There's a lot of there's a lot of utility a Windwalker actually brings. Now, damage is another question. But once stacks start ramping up, the Rogue and the Windwalker could just simply swap. The Windwalker could just be the FC at that point. He's got teleport. He's got that really long, whatever it's called, the
Flying serpent kick.
the flying serpent kick. I mean, it seems interesting, and it's something that I would like to try for fun and see how far I would get with such a composition. I was also thinking that this is probably a bad take. We'll say this. But I'm not a big fan of the warrior. I understand the warriors. I've seen warriors in the pre-patch. When if you have two warriors on like one person, they can't get away. There's nothing they can do. There's so much damage going out. But I almost want to say that having one DK and maybe running an extra warlock or an extra mage might be interesting. I feel like range just trumps everything in the end. And a warrior, just, for them to do damage, they have to go in. They have to overextend sometimes. And will they be able to survive against, range that does a lot of damage, if they're in the back lines? I don't know. These questions to ask. But yeah, that's my perspective.
Yeah. And I just want to say welcome to Relentz as well.
Hey, thank you. Sorry I'm late, guys. I was just
I'm happy you could be here. It's really nice.
I'm happy to be here, yeah.
Have another Pampa in here.
Another Pampa RBG.
So,
Hello, Relentz.
Relentz, do you want to do a small introduction, or do you want to jump straight into the question? Or what do you think?
I guess for people who don't know me, just basically no-life RBGs in CATA. I've played RBGs basically since original CATA, like quit a few times, but yeah, just love RBGs basically, so... Hello, chat. Hello, Denki.
Awesome. Let's see here.
So,
the question we are running right now is like, what's the ideal team composition for serious MoP RBGs? I don't know if you were listening a bit when Tdot was explaining, but what is your take on this? What comp do you actually think that would be the ideal?
It's I was agreeing sort of in my head with everything. I mean, even what Xockburn was saying. Some like off-meta classes might be surprising, but I think if you were to like lock in, gun to your head, lock in a comp for a MoP that you think would have the most success, it would probably be like Warrior DK, Warlock Boomy, Mage, and I'm on the fence about Rogue. Like, the value of a good Rogue is like in RBGs, in whatever season, you can't really like put a value on it. Like, a good Rogue is just insane to have. But if you can't find a good rogue, I think like double mage or something. And then the healing comp, I think it will be a toss-up between Holy Priest, Holy Pala, and Monk or Resto Druid. Those three classes will be like, or four classes will be like. I don't think we'll see many Resto Shamans or Disc Priests. That's my prediction. Yeah.
It seems to be a common thing that you're saying, is that Resto Shamans don't really have a spot in RBGs, unfortunately. So
it's just because you haven't seen Waffle play. That's why, I guess. I remember him back this year with September.
The thing about healing is it's like some classes are really good at dealing with like when somebody gets switched to, like out of nowhere, and the health just like ping pongs. Some classes are just really, really good at healing burst damage. I don't know how good Resto Shaman is at healing burst damage. I think if we see like a rot meta where like double Warlock, like two Boomkins, like Unholy DK spreading diseases, everybody's just slowly rotting down. Maybe Resto Shaman will be like hidden OP, but I think in the beginning of MoP season, it'll be like a lot of setups and a lot of like needing to save people with big cooldowns and this kind of thing. So
yeah.
I had a question actually. Something that I was actually recently talking about with some other guys the other day was regarding dispelling. As you know, dispelling now has an 8-second cooldown when you dispel, and the only class that seems to be able to dispel a lot now seems to be the Holy Priest with Mass Dispel, obviously. But I recall that in MoP, I don't know what season it was, but if you have a Warlock or even two Warlocks that have a lot of UAs running around, the Priest, what happens when he Mass Dispels? He just dies. So I was wondering if the dispelling is going to be, well, at least Mass Dispelling is still going to be a thing. And if you're going against like double Warlock, which we might see in the first season, how do you counter that when if you Mass Dispel, your Priest dies,
Like you don't press that spell ever.
You don't press it.
Well,
Yeah.
so we saw in these pre-patch RBGs that we did, these monks, I know they're a bit under-geared, but they were popping their diffuse magic, which is like magic damage reduction. They pressed revival, which is clearing like every debuff, magic debuff on your team, and they were just exploding from you taking too many UAs. So I think maybe like the skill cap for healers is gonna increase because you need to be like quite smart about the things you're dispelling. So somebody may be getting like a triple DR fear, screaming for a dispel. You're going to use that, and then instantly someone's going to get like hodged, like full hodge, and you're not going to have dispel for them. So I think like dispels in general may be a tricky one for people to adapt to.
You're completely right, and this is something I noticed. I was healing in a BG today, and it's you have to think about what you're going to dispel. It's not like the mindless dispels you might be doing in like CATA RBGs. You actually have to think about it. It's like because when you dispel, you will cleanse everything off that person, right? And you have to ask yourself, if I'm going to cleanse, is it going to be a meaningful cleanse? Because it's an 8-second cooldown, and I won't be able to use it, right afterwards. Liz actually mentioned something in chat that I thought was actually quite interesting, was to press diffuse magic before using revival to dispel.
Yeah, it does 90% less damage to you. But on the pre-patch, you would actually still die if there was 1 or 2 Warlocks with all UAs up. Like, you would literally still die.
Really?
And I don't hope that will be the same in MoP. I hope you can use your revival, and I think so as well. But you at least need to pop that diffuse magic before I do it, else you're gonna get clapped instantly.
Sorry, Relentz. I didn't know you said diffuse magic, but if that's true, then I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Anyway.
I'm just wondering, like, with the scaling and stuff, maybe the damage from dispelling UAs in pre-patch was like not the normal amount, so people were dying from dispelling too many UAs a lot easier than they would. Maybe in like at level 90, if you dispel like 6 UAs or something with diffuse magic, you'd be fine. But we just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, because when I was playing Holy Paladin, and even if there was 2 Warlocks, and I was less than 70% health, I shouldn't dispel. I shouldn't do it, because you could literally die just from dispelling a HOTS on someone. And if you had 2 UAs, you could literally die from 70% if you just took slightly a bit of damage at the same time, or anything.
Also, something I just recalled, as was another conversation I had, talking about dispelling. Well, maybe it could be a strategic. It could be strategic to dispel at the right time. If you are the priest, you're low in mana, and the rest timer is about to go off, you might as well suicide and mass dispel. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a good play, but it might be interesting.
Real.
Sure.
There's no like soul stoning or combat resing in MoP RBGs, so it'll be interesting to see how that, like that's it. I was just thinking now when you mentioned it, because obviously when priest dies, they go into Holy Spirit form and they carry on healing. So they're obviously not going to get the combat res off that, but it's another interesting thing about MoP that changed. No more combat reses.
And also no blood loss as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had completely forgot about that. God damn.
It's gonna change a bit. But there was one more thing I was thinking, at least for the team composition, I wanted to add as well. What do you think will be the people flexing specs in RBG? Like, if you could play like elemental, but you could go restore on AB, for example, and play as restore like an after storm and play like 4 healing and stuff like that. Or like if you're a windwalker, you could also swap to like Mist Weaver and flag carry maybe, or something in a Warzone Gulls or anything like that, and you could 4 heal him, and then you could maybe skip a fail or something. What are your thoughts on this? With you can switch from a DPS to like a healer in some maps and play like 4 healing. What do you think? It would be good, or what do you think?
I'll go first quickly. I mean, my perspective is pretty simple. We all know that at the beginning of a new expansion, the damage is going to be much lower than at the end of the expansion. So I think you should prioritize damage over an extra fourth healer, in my opinion. So.
Yeah.
I agree with Cockburn.
Same.
100%.
But I was really
I don't know.
thinking like you can change your tactic completely, because I did some special tactics in Legion and stuff where you could literally go one extra healer and you could ink with the, like in Gilneas, let's take Gilneas as example. You could take one healer and maybe 1 or 2 DPS and send them Lighthouse instantly if you're horse, send them Lighthouse, and then have like the rest of the team fighting at Waterworks. So we would do this and we would get the base, or they would have to send someone back, and you were still free healing the fight, so you wouldn't die in the fight still anyway, it wouldn't cost anything like that. And then we were inking Lighthouse, and sometimes we would literally 3-cap good teams because we would actually win the fight at Waterworks still because they were floating badly to Lighthouse, and we would still get Lighthouse anyway. So I think there can be some interesting plays, but time will tell, of course. But it's interesting. You can play more around the tactics at least and see if it works good or bad. But I'm happy to have your guys' take on it as well.
I don't know if I agree with that. Something that I noticed in Cataclysm is, I mean, again, it depends how fast you can kill the enemy team. But some teams that we win against, in Battle for Gneis, you would go to Waterworks, and yeah, you could come up with some clever little strats of sending 1 or 2 people to mines or lighthouse, depending which side you are on. But it didn't really matter because did the enemy team care? Not really. I mean, they were just 10-manning Waterworks, 9-manning Waterworks. They're kind of happy that you send an extra person away because that means they have a higher chance of winning the team fight at Waterworks. So they just they just clean them up quickly, and then they just get mines back anyway because you're stuck with a long res on the other side of the map. I don't know. It's not really an advantage in my opinion. I don't know what the others think, but
no, I don't necessarily think it's an advantage always, but I can see an AB especially 4 healing, sending like 2 healers mid and 1 to LM and 1 to GM, and you will for sure get those spaces. I can see some plays, but yeah, it will be interesting.
It's interesting you bring up about doing this, not just switching specs, but like doing these tactics where you send 1 or 2 people to the other base, and you kind of like split the game into 2 fights at 2 bases. I remember defending as a Frost Mage on Shaylun in these drafts that we played, and I remember this one Windwalker. He was really good. He kept running to the base, and it was like so stressful for me because eventually I need to ask for help, right, for this one Windwalker. And it just makes the game, it makes you play the game in a way which is like not the way you want to play it, when you have to ask somebody to leave the team fight, and who you need to pre-assign somebody to do it, and then maybe the person who you take away from your team fight is like a key ingredient of like when you set up kills or something, because you usually just ask like the Boomkin to move maybe. And I think Clone is like one of the most OP spells in a team fight, because you can not only clone people to stop them healing, but you can clone targets when they're low HP. Like if they've just received like Guardian Spirit, like Sack, like all these big cooldowns, you can just clone them low and then swap the clone over to the healer, all these kind of things. So when the Boomkin has to float, it becomes like a big problem. So it's interesting. So maybe like Hunters and Windwalkers, maybe they will have a place in games.
Yeah, because also the Hunters, they get the knock trap now. They get the exposure, the knock trap actually. So what I remember from Legion and stuff, like it was actually really good to send the Rogue and the Hunter to LM, and you could like just trap him and start capping and stuff, and then you could like Zapper and Blind, and you could still also knock him out. There was so much you could do to ink the LM with the Rogue Hunter. So I can see that as well, some way. But yeah.
I don't think we'll see many 4 healers, because I think, especially like Cockburn said, at the beginning of the season, I think you're going to need all the damage from all your DPS classes to kill people. I think as soon as you like switch to like 5 DPS in a team fight, it might not be enough to literally, you might not be able to kill anything. I remember in Shaylun, when we were all still in the blue gear, like we had 2 healers healing team fights like quite comfortably, while 1 healer was floating. So like healing was really strong, damage was really weak. So
Yeah.
I'm really curious how it's going to be at the start of the season. We will see like really quickly, I think, how
exactly.
it is. But yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add to the team comp, or should I move to the next question, or is there anything
I'm
you want
curious,
to add? Yeah.
what does everybody in here think about Rogue? And do people in chat even think that Rogue is going to be like a... So in Cataclysm, if you didn't bring a Rogue, you were at a huge disadvantage. But I think in MoP, you can play without a Rogue, and it isn't nearly as big of a disadvantage. But it's... Yeah, I'm just curious what you guys think about Rogues.
Tdot,
I
you want to say
think,
something?
yeah, I just feel that really just depends on the person playing the rogue. Like as you said, like I don't know if you put someone like Willix or Avi or Liski or one of these top rogues, right? And you put them on rogue, I feel like it's such a huge advantage for your team. Whereas like I don't know, you put like some random 2K rogue or 1800 rogue and no mic that doesn't know setups, doesn't make plays, you're gonna see like a huge difference in what they bring to the table, which again maybe is expected, but if you don't have a rogue that isn't able to make plays, I feel that you're just better off bringing something else. That's where the hunters maybe will shine a bit more, right? Being able to defend bases and fill a gap in the team that wouldn't bring a rogue.
I would actually have a different perspective on it. For me, it doesn't really matter too much the level of the rogue. Whether you have a 2K rogue, you're like a Glad level rogue, HOTA rogue. I think the fact is just having a rogue and having that unknown and flag carrying maps. I guess you could take that into account as well, but more like those node maps. When you have the rogue stealthing, defending a base, and you not knowing if he's actually there or somewhere else, it gives you a really big advantage because the enemy team is less likely to take risks because they just don't know what you're planning, right? It's like the guy's defending is like, oh, there's a rogue on the enemy team. Do I stay and defend? Do I go help the mid because they need some backup to spin? It's like I don't know what to do. This is these mind tricks, these mind games is actually really important in RBGs, and you can win by having just a rogue just mindlessly just going around trying to ninja cap anything, and it can help, and so yeah, that's kind of my perspective on it. So
yeah, I agree. Do you agree with that, Shreddy?
Yeah, but we should also think about the new maps that's getting added. I think Rogue is really good in like a deep wind. You can actually the druid can go like from feral to boomy, and the rogue can maybe be the main defender, and you can like ghost your base and commit and bomb something. That's really huge in deep wind because it's a long space to move and people are not gonna move there and cap it. So especially in deep wind you can have a huge advantage. And Kotmogu, you're not killing with a rogue in deep, meaning Kotmogu is really huge to have a rogue there as well. And of course Silvershard, you can like play this 2v2 with a rogue boomy or something. And yeah, I would not play without a rogue because I like objectives more than just team fighting a lot. And I can see you can bring another warlock or another class instead of a rogue for the fight. But yeah, I would not play without a rogue. I think it's boring in some senses. You can't have that extra advantage.
Yeah.
Even if the class is shit, it still has a spot, I think. So.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, on many maps, like, rogues can really save the game. There's a lot of, like, opportunity there to... If your FC dies, rogue is, like, one of the best people with burst of speed to be, like, the backup FC. Go and pick the flag up. This kind of thing.
Yeah, arguably the fastest class in MoP as well.
Perma sprint, let's go.
yeah, stealth, especially with the that increased stealth speed that every RBG rogues can play. That with burst of speed and stealth. If you have sprint glyph, I mean, you're just crossing maps at like an incredible speed. It's going to be insane. So
yeah, I think it's still you still move 70% in stealth. 70% in stealth.
Yeah, just I would even say don't you go faster than 100% if you have like sprint glyph and the
maybe night elf as well.
Yeah, but if you are in stealth with burst of speed, I think it's still 70%, like almost like a mouse speed.
Yes.
Stealth. So,
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
Are you sure?
yeah, but Sivert
That's
was
not-
doing Sivert was doing it on his rogue. That's why I remember I saw it was at 70%. But what do you think it is? Is it more? Yeah,
It's
maybe
way
you
more.
can give him. Oh, it's faster. Okay.
You run as fast as an epic mount, I think, like 100%.
In stealth as well.
Yeah, in
In,
stealth.
yeah, in stealth,
Okay.
because you have that first tier talent that increases your movement speed in stealth. You do that plus sprint glyph, and you're rocketing across the map. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, maybe because with him mouse always at 70%, but maybe there's some other things stacking as well. I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
So-
only thing faster than Rogue pressing Burst of Speed is when, for example, a Druid presses Stampeding Roar, then he blinks, and then he switches into like Boomkin form. He's getting the benefits of the Stampeding Roar and the thing, and it's the same with like the other speed bonuses which stack, like the Worgen
Like,
one
yeah, we're in racial.
and other things like that. So I'm on my Rogue right now. I'm testing it. My speed when I press Burst of Speed is 170%.
Crazy. That's
That's
insane. actually.
wild.
So-
Yeah. I mean, just having something that fast in stealth in any game is just going to be really nice to have, you know. So, especially when you're in
Combination with the druid
situations.
too.
Yeah. Especially
Those
when you're in a
doubling.
situation. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Nah, just like just thinking of that in combination with inking with druids. Also, they have a glyph that removes all their movement penalty in stealth, right? So they can move like
Yeah.
160% as well. And it's just like if you have a druid and rogue on the same page, they're just gonna hit bases like boom boom. Like it's really scary.
Yeah, for sure it is.
Like rogue just
this-
ups it a little more.
Let's maybe go to the next question. It's a little bit about we played a lot of drafts here in the pre-patch, and it's a question related to the drafts. It says, based on pre-patch drafts and streams, what early meta trends are we already seeing? Any surprising class of specs that's performing better or worse than expected? That's maybe mainly a question to Relentz here to start off, because he was playing a lot of drafts with us.
I think it's really hard to predict the meta based on the pre-patch drafts. No, I can't think of any. I think like the only translatable things from drafts, pre-patch drafts, was like Holy Paladins and Holy Priests and stuff. Just seeing how the dispelling like worked and the healing and stuff. I think the damage and the missing level 90 talent and the ability you get to like, is it level 87? You get like a new spell. Most classes.
Yeah, it is.
Like Warlock Gate, for example.
Yeah, all this kind of stuff was missing, so it's really hard to like predict based on the drafts on me. I didn't see anything that made me think, oh my god, this is gonna be like amazing or like really bad. I just treated it as like a different, like a unique 3-week season kind of thing.
Yeah, but I still think it was really fun to play them. I'm really happy we played them. I'm also happy we stopped with playing them again, but that's for other reasons. But yeah, it was fun for a while until it wasn't fun. Let me put it like that.
I think if there's anything that people learned from drafts, and this will be like a key thing in MoP, is that you can't just join an RBG group now and hope for success and just like chill back, leaning back, pressing your buttons like you did in CATA. You kind of have to engage in the game, contribute to the CC, like pay attention to like what's going on, all this kind of thing. I think if you're like expecting to join an RBG group, play like 1, 2, 3 Tdot Boomkin, you're going to be replaced very quickly in good groups. I think in LFG it's going to be slightly different, but I think you'll find more success the more you put into the games, like with energy and just like working with your team and stuff and keeping positive mindset. All this kind of shit will be really big in MoP. I think CATA you could get away with just sort of like just chilling a bit too hard, feet up.
Yeah, you could kind of like hide if there was like 3 boomies, you know, and if two of them is like doing the objectives, doing the setups, maybe a little bit and stuff, you could just be really good at tap dotting and actually have the spot, you know. I feel feel like as well.
I got a suggestion in my messages about something we have noticed from drafts. He said, this is from an anonymous tip-off guy. He said, there's one thing we did notice is when there's a big gap in skill in certain roles, specifically the rogue. The game is very difficult if, for example, one team has the more experienced and skilled rogue. Well, it's yet to be seen if that's going to be the same in MoP. But yeah, I think maybe certain classes like rogues are going to have a huge impact in MoP and we just don't know it yet. And if your team has got like the weaker rogue, maybe you're just going to struggle.
Pivot to a hunter.
One
That
thing
works
I
too.
actually got out of the draft that I actually think it's not so much the gameplay kind of thing I got out of it. It's more like a mindset and way of talking together and improving. Because in the draft you were kind of like playing with people you would maybe never play with like otherwise, unless you were like kind of put into the scenario to play with these people. And how to like handle talking together, handle mistakes, and some toxic and stuff, and how people took it, like just to go into MoP with an open mind and try to talk good with the team and stuff. I think that matters a lot as well. But at the same time, also be able to like call out mistakes. Like, don't be like afraid of saying, "Well, you should have done that different," and so on. And people need to take it the right way with an open mind as well. That they can't just be like, "Oh, you said that to me, or I'm gonna flame him back," or something. Like, actually have an open mind, and he says the criticism for some reason, and you can take that in to improve instead of just taking it as a attack. You know, that's what I think I could really take from the drafts.
Shreddy, I can't hear you say that, and then me thinking about our FC's fucking retarded. But no, I mean,
blame the shit out of them, man.
yeah.
See, they play like this shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you're asking a lot from the community. I don't know if people are going to change. I think people don't want to change. I think they like the drama and the flaming in some of these games, which, you know, I get it. You know, it's high stake games. People are excited. You know, you fuck up, you get called out for it. There's nothing you can do about it. You feel like shit. And you're like, God damn, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, I think by the end of Cataclysm, the community became so small that you were kind of forced to be somewhat friendly and buddy with with everyone. You couldn't like, at least for me as like traditional RPG player, I'm used to like if you play bad, you get replaced or you get kicked, or the next time your team plays, you see like another mage playing in your spot or something like that. It was very different in Cataclysm. You kind of had to be a bit too friendly and it was like a soft play area by the end of CATA. I feel like everyone was trying to be a bit too friendly. I think traditional RBG, more people prefer the more direct flaming. It makes it more interesting, makes it more competitive, all this kind of stuff. I understand that people want to, you know, like play with good vibes and all this kind of stuff. But I think RBG for a lot of people is quite the opposite of what it became in CATA. So we'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
Tdot?
I agree with that. I think Season 12 is going to be more refreshing, right? There's going to be players coming back, there's going to be more teams playing, more activity. I think it's just going to be refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be good with more people playing, and also you cannot just do selective queuing only. Like, you will queue up and there will be a lot of teams, so it's not gonna like you have to arrange the games kind of to get plays. You would actually queue up maybe at 2 in the afternoon and you will still face a decent team and stuff. Like, it's not gonna be like you actually have to say, are you guys queuing there? Okay, we're gonna queue as well. Are you team stacked? Oh, we're not gonna go stacked. Or like, you don't need to do all this. You can actually just play the fucking game. Like, it's gonna be fucking nice, I think. So.
Yeah, 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Still good.
Yeah, I think everyone should be ready to play a lot in the first month if they want to get the most out of it. Who knows what's going to happen after the first 4 weeks, if it's going to drop off a bit, but I think at least for the first 4 weeks, there'll be RBGs all day, every day. Like it'll be
Uh
popping
huh.
off.
For sure.
Yeah, it kind of leads to the next question actually here. Like, how active do you expect the RBG scene to be in MoP Classic? Will we see more competitive teams than in Cataclysm, or is the player base literally going to shrink? I don't think it's going to shrink though, but do you think you will actually see more competitive teams?
I think there's going to be a distinction between. So at least as far as I know, there's some teams that are planning to come and already have like formed, who are planning to play, or at least there are group formers or leaders who have planned to. They said, I'm going to make a team, and this is what I know. There'll be these teams. Then there will be more sort of like pugs, which like combine a lot of good players who just feel like playing, and maybe one person will be like, yeah, I will lead it. That will be competitive with those other teams. So it'll be interesting to see. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen, but I think there'll be plenty of like actual teams, like organized teams, and then there'll be like a ton of pugs, like high quality pugs.
Yeah.
I think I would agree with Relentz regarding that. I think that I would even go as far as to say that you're probably going to have a lot of competitions across the whole bracket. Whether you're 1800 2K or 2.2K or higher, I think you're going to have those teams that are. I don't know if I want to say they're going to be stuck around those ratings, but you're going to have some teams that are going to be floating around that rating, and it's going to be high competition between them. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope that the population will continue throughout the different seasons. I hope this because maybe I'm on some sweet copium, but the fact that you only have to PvP to PvP is, I think, very attractive to many people. Now, will the population jump on the next, retail or, vanilla release hype train? I don't know. I guess we'll see. So.
There's one thing I wanted to say about the start of any season. I know MoP has been a thing before, but it's relatively new in the sense that we'll have a final patch, final patch talents and changes with season 1 gear. But in the beginning of any expansion, like it's when everything is unknown and people are figuring stuff out, it's like the best time to get like upsets or like be an underdog and like play in the weaker team. It's like really fun to get those wins where you outplay or catch other teams off guard or like try something new, like maybe you're trying a new comp and this kind of thing. So just like I think players who are good at adapting and good at like have an open mind, good at trying different things are gonna be a huge advantage. And then I think of course like over time, so like the example I always use is like if you played E-Heroes like 100 times, maybe in the first 20 games you will have like a really high, an even win rate, maybe not even, but like closer to even. But by the end of those 100 games, it'll be like almost 100% in E-Heroes' favor, just because the combination of their players is like really good individually, really good mindset to adapting and finding like the most optimal way to play in this kind of thing. But especially at the start of CATA, a lot of those early games versus E-Heroes were some of the most fun I've had in any RBG season ever, like because it was quite new and yeah, undiscovered.
Yeah, but I also think I kind of had to start on a fresh for CATA. It's not a secret. Like, I haven't played RBG since Shadowlands Season 1, where I played a lot, but I didn't actually have like anything close to something like a team. So I was even on Horde in the start, sitting there forming groups every day to queue into people, and had to literally pick up people from that and stuff. And I think that's going to be also good for people. If you're like a returning player, you can sit and form groups and make with new people and actually climb the ladder as well. You don't necessarily need to have a really strong team from the start. You can actually pick up people and make friends on the run. I think I want to add that as well, that it is possible to actually get back into it.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think if you just focus on being the best individual player you can be, have a good like mindset and good attitude when you play with other people, eventually you will just like you'll be in one team and you say, okay, this guy's pretty good, I'll add him, maybe we'll play again. And then you slowly like the next time a group is forming, you can say, I'll ask this guy, this looks like really good. And you slowly over time just like improve your group. This is like at least this was my approach when I came back to CATA. I just played with absolutely everybody that I could, all different skill levels, and eventually made my own team with like all the people who I thought was decent.
You know, it reminds me of something Villani had said. He said something about like RBGs get into good groups. It's 30% skill and 70% networking. I think he said something like that.
I think it's a bit off on the percentages, but
I agree, but I thought it was an interesting take. Sorry.
Networking is important. You know, getting to know people in the community, the different circles, the experiences, right? Like, you never know who you might play with, and you know, eventually join a team or they end up joining you.
Yeah, for
Yes,
sure.
sir. Relentz, I cut you off earlier. What did you want to say?
no, I'm just sort of like word vomiting at the moment a little bit. But this is an interesting topic for me because I hear quite a lot from people that they struggle to find groups and they struggle, oh, and why won't any teams pick me up? Why won't? And I think it's like a thing you kind of learn over time, the do's and don'ts and this kind of thing. I think when you join a group, you don't want to talk too much, but you want to say some things like, you know, there's all this. It's just finding the right balance. But I think generally, if you're just good at your class, you say the right things. You're there when people need you. This kind of thing. You just like, yeah, you'll do fine. But I think that you have to do something quite bad for someone to refuse to play with you, if that makes sense. So if you're playing like, if you're good at FC and FC is like really high in demand, unless you're like the biggest prick ever, you will always get invited to good groups. So
That's true.
Yeah, I have something to add to that as well. Like, I'm not gonna say that you have seen some tier lists as well and some clips being shown from me from games and stuff on streams. And I know for sure that I'm not the very best player. I can be good and I also have bad games or bad days. But you should look at this for yourself. That what can you add to the team or what can you add to the community or the games for you to be picked or for you to be able to make your own groups as well. So I put it like this. I'm doing a lot of networking, talking with people, also just when I'm not playing. I like to talk with people. I'm a very social person and player. So I just talk with everyone and have some good games and some good groups, and I will try form my own groups as well, and I will also play with people if they want me in that group. So I will do everything I can to just play a lot and with good people. And the more you play with good people, the better you get. Like, it opens your mind to play with better players. They will call you out for your mistakes and you can try, improve and learn from them as well. So yeah, just want to add that as well, that it's very important to see what you can bring to the game. Even if some people are not talking in the game, but you can start talk a bit about hype people up and a bit and stuff, and try to engage in the game in your own way. So yeah.
I would agree. I would even go as far as say to take initiatives, right? And a lot of people just simply, you know, in the lower brackets, they simply just expect to be micromanaged, and being held by the hand throughout their whole game, and you know, which you could do as a leader in the lower brackets. That's what I do with educational RPGs sometimes, where you know, but the people that stick out the most are the people that take the initiatives, that you know, that understand the objectives of the game. And for example, someone's defending and they're like, oh, I have 2 people coming, or I think 2 people are coming. That person that's in the team fight or that is close by and it's like, hey, I'll come help you. I'm close by, you know. That's taking initiative. And you don't really see that very often. People just tunnel vision the team fight and don't really think about what's happening around them or, you know, how they can be impactful. So I agree with everything that's being said.
What do you think? Anyone else has something to add to that? Oh,
Yeah,
let's see.
I agree with the general
the
thing.
nail.
I think like if you're, say for example, if I have full control over my team, I ideally want to be calling targets and stuff, and I want to be playing with somebody where I say I'm gonna deep this main target, I'm gonna focus CS like the Pala for example. I want my other team to instinctively know to CC the third healer without me even asking for it, right? But when you're in pugs and LFG teams and all this other kind of stuff, you can't always expect like this kind of level of gameplay or coordination. So if I join a team, LFG team, and there's quite a vocal target caller, I will do things silently without saying it out loud that make his life easier. So if he's calling like I'm popping pillar on this guy, I'm like gripping this guy, and I will in this exact moment I will go for like the blink DB on one healer, CS the other guy, impact the other guy, so the target that he's on will die. So I do this like to make his life easier, and there's a lot of times you have to look out for these players who are doing these kind of things because sometimes they're doing them quietly, sometimes they're doing them saying it out loud and stuff. But
Yeah. That is true. There are players that actually don't talk but do listen and do make plays according to what is being said. And it's hard to notice these people, you know. And I also think that many of the puggers, maybe the newer people in the RBGs and that are trying to climb but don't understand how to climb, I think they might be maybe the reason as to why they don't take initiatives or they don't really do certain, you know, actions within the game is because they've been intimidated by their leaders. I have joined some RBG groups just to see how other teams, how other leaders actually handle their group, and it is sometimes shocking to hear what they are saying. You know, it's like, well, I don't want to talk, I don't want to take initiatives. You know, I'm afraid to do something because if I do the wrong thing, they're just gonna shit on me. You know, so.
Of course I scream and he's so fucking trash. Fucking out
yeah,
of nowhere.
that's the same.
Dog shit player.
People might hear that and think like, oh, that must only happen in low groups. But I think that happens in every group. So I can be really, really vocal in my own groups, no problem. Like I'll talk. People who know me well know me as a yapper. I like to talk, but if I join another team, for example, if I get a message by, I don't know, some other good team who needs a mage for a few games or something, I join and I'm a lot less vocal than I normally am because it's not my team. I want to just sort of like suss out what's going on and then figure out. I'll say the things that need to be said, not this kind of thing. So I think just finding this balance is the key.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Also for myself, like I play a lot of healers in CATA. I basically only played healer. I had a DK as well, but I didn't get some good games on it really because I was always having to play healer. And now I know way more healers, so I don't feel like I have to play the role. So I'll have a DK all where I can target call in my own groups and actually try to improve with that as well a lot. That would be like my side project because I like to be vocal. I like to do calls and plays. So I would like to bring up the DK and the 1, 2, 3 mask scripts a bit again. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man. Actually,
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, speaking of that, it's actually an interesting subject I actually wanted to talk about. Is the DK, because we all know DKs are going to be mostly dot spreaders and playing on holy and most of the maps. Should they be the target callers, or should they only be calling when they have grips?
I feel like I'm answering a lot of these questions, not letting anyone else speak. So
Maybe
let someone
Tdot
else answer.
start on this one. Yeah.
I feel like if you have a warrior, then it should be the warrior. 100% because they have the execute, like they are most likely going to get the killing blow on the target, or the mage, right? Granted, they have like procs or something to finish off the target. I feel like those are probably the main two. If CC and everything's under control and whatnot.
Well,
That's my take on it.
well, I can say
Warrior.
if I'm playing the DK, I would always target call. I would never let the warrior do it unless he's really good. Then I really, if he's way better than me, of course, let him do it. But if he's like same skill level, I would always just do it because I'm like, why would I not do something if I can do it? Why would I rely on someone else for anything if I can do it myself? Like, I'm just thinking about a little bit of that. Of course, if he makes a call, I will listen as well. So it's like a ping pong. But I really think I think like that as well. And also, boomies are actually not bad target callers. Like normally when I played back in the days, I was target calling mainly at my DK, but a good boomie could call like the swaps with the clones as well and stuff. I don't want to just listen to one voice only. So it's good if people can be engaged and actually play the game together as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I don't know about boomies being a target caller, because if like a caster that has to focus on spreading dots as a target caller, I think they're losing a lot on damage. But I completely agree that the rest of your team should also be making calls. It's not only your DK that should be making calls, or the warrior. They don't have an overview what's happening. They don't know who's overextending. You know, if the healers and the other ranger are not talking, how is the DK supposed to make an informed decision on who to swap to? You know, everybody needs to kind of, you know, work as a team to actually make the right calls on who needs to be targeted, who needs to get CC'd, and so on and so forth.
But also, if I'm like leading and target calling, like it's a lot of yapping. Like you're gonna have to drink soda all the time to actually just be able to talk. And I've done that a lot myself. But if I'm forming a group and leading a group, it would be cool to have a warrior at least doing most of the target calling and I can assist. I would actually prefer that if I'm leading as well. So add that too.
I think there's like a really old-fashioned / traditional like idea of what target calling is. Like I remember when I first ever got into RBGs, people were doing like, okay, we're gonna swap to this target in 3, 2, 1. Okay, everybody swap. Okay, now group, and it's kind of like really basic, low level, like we're just hitting the same target. My favorite kind of communication in team fights is like, say for example you've got like a mage, he's like, okay, I've got orb and deep ready, who are we killing? Okay, somebody's like calling out useful shit like, okay, the pally's just used his wall, he's got no wall, the boomie's got no skin. Okay, boomie no skin, I'm deeping this guy, and then just this call should alert your team to help you hit the same target, right? So he's getting deeped, he's getting orbed, he's getting completely dicked down in this thing. So if you've got damage to help, you help. If you've got CC, you throw the CC on the healers or the interrupts. This kind of thing. And I really like it when the targets are being picked based on the cooldown usage. So if you see like a target gets Sack and Holy Guardian Spirit and all these kind of cooldowns, the worst thing for me in RBG teamfights is when you have like a really vocal target caller, and he's calling a target that's just had like 3 huge defensive cooldowns like used on it, and he's like insisting, yeah, keep smashing this target. Like it's really triggering, because if you just tab target to the next closest thing, you'll get so much more. You get so much more out of it, right? It's such a more optimal choice to make, but I understand when you're like in the moment as a target caller DK. Sometimes it happens, but
that's also like if I'm playing the DK, for example, and I have you on my team and you're playing the mates, and if I call target and you think it's good, you of course you maybe will only call some big damage to swaps. And if you ask like if we can swap to this, if I trust my team, of course I would instantly swap. I wouldn't even sit and just call that target. I would literally listen to your call at a certain time if I know you're a good mate or whatever, you know. So yeah. That's also
that's really good when you've got like people who trust you and people who like follow, like who play with you. So like I've got deep for this target, and then the other guy's like, okay, yeah, I've got big proc here, like, or I've got this and you know, this kind of thing. This is the kind of really like free flowing kind of team fight, which is when you play in those good environments, man, it's so good. Like when everything's just working, that's like the most addictive thing.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want to jump to the next question here? I have another one. Do you have something else to add here?
Shoot, Shreddy.
Keep going here. There's a question here regarding actually players from CATA and retail. It's like, how will returning Cataclysm or retail players adapt, and how can newer players keep up? What advantages does veterans have, and how can less experienced players close that gap? Who wants to start?
I've got like a one answer for this.
Yeah.
I'll go and then I won't talk for a while because I've been yapping a lot. But
Nah, it's okay. Like
I
people
think
have this.
what people should focus on if they're like new is their UI. I swear to God, a good UI is like the key, because you display all your information that you need to know, and you should just slowly remove things that are like useless. Like if you have like messy nameplates and you're playing like a warlock, or you're like, if you just identify what your problems are and then try to get your UI to like help you, because this is the best way to it's like you're driving a car with like a dodgy steering wheel, like you can't reach the pedals, all this kind of shit. I think the UI is the key.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I think there's a reason why when Willex was helping the Andak team, he was doing UI checks like every day. It became like a little bit of a meme. He like got them to share their screen, show their UI. Then they show their UI, and then like their nameplates are like fucking huge, or like they're displaying all these useless debuffs that you don't need to see, all this kind of stuff. Then you see what keybinds they have. It's like a portal into like why they do the things they do. So clean UI, clean gameplay. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I guess it's like the same thing like raiding guilds. They always ask the stupid question if you are like applying to a guild. Show us a picture of your UI. Like it tells a lot. Like I'm not saying some people can have some different things and play a bit different, but when it comes down to all like good clean UI with showing what you need to show but not showing too much, it's like very important, I think. So yeah.
I would
UI
love for you guys
definitely
to.
helps.
I would love for you guys to rate my UI. I like to keep it so simple and just the basic of basics. So, but yeah.
But let's go back to the. What do you think? Like a Cataclysm player that played a lot of CATA, what advantage do they have compared to like our retail player that comes from retail and play a lot of Blitz and have adapted to that as well? Like, what do you think these different kind of like experience from now, or even like old school players that play a lot back in this? Like, do you think actually CATA have advantage over retail players, or retail maybe can have something else? Or what do you guys think about this?
For me specifically, I feel like CATA is obviously closer to MoP than retail, so I feel like players that are returning from CATA that did play CATA, the learning curve is probably less compared to someone coming straight from retail. So it's like less of a need to adapt per se.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think MoP is just a completely different game compared to CATA. I mean, look at the talent tree, look at the PvP resilience, PvP power, look at like all the abilities. They had only a couple big abilities. The new classes, how they rebalance everything. I mean, you're relearning the game over again. And I wouldn't say players from Cataclysm have strictly a higher advantage over retail players. I don't know. It's just my opinion. So.
What do you think, Shreddy?
Yeah, I really think that people who played back in the days or like retail for sure has the advantage, because CATA was like more like a Tdot kind of teamfight meta, and I think people who come from another where there's more like objectives and more things you actually need to do like that will have advantage. And I'm not saying that's necessarily retail. It could also be like played some different roles in CATA, but in general, I really think the people that are going to have the advantage is the people that are able to think for themselves and come with their own ideas and their own tactics and their own way of thinking, and can still take in things from other people, what they lose to, what they see other people doing, can take that information in, and adapt their own thing. So people that literally can think for themselves, the veteran players or like even new players coming in that has this way of thinking that can adapt quick and just like be open-minded as well. I think they will have the advantage, and I don't think it really matters if you come from CATA or retail, but as long as you play on a high level and play competitive and yeah, just do your best to adapt, they will have the advantage. That's my opinion. What do you think,
That's valid.
Relentz? Oh, yeah.
It's hard to say. I think there's a mixture. I think CATA players have the advantage of like they've got a lot of contacts who play the game. Maybe they've like agreed to play with certain people. Maybe they've got like an early advantage where they'll have like better teams to play with. But I think gameplay wise, a lot of the tactics and like having to play objectives and stuff on retail is more transferable. Like the actual gameplay is probably more similar to retail than it is to CATA.
Yeah. But Tdot, now you were playing CATA even like before. I know that you playing CATA even before CATA came out. Now you've been playing MoP even before it came out, and you kind of have like another opinion on this. Like I saw, you actually think the CATA players they will have the advantage. Like, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so I didn't necessarily mean like CATA specific players, but I mean like, you know, people playing Classic in general, like going from, let's say, CATA to MoP, right? I feel like the game is like a little less of a learning curve compared to, you know, retail, which is more of a different game. I'm not talking like mobility wise, but like fundamentally how the game is played. I feel like it's
Yeah.
a little easier to learn, but I'm not saying that retail players can't learn it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I have one more thing to add to this actually that I just thought about. This came to my head. Like from the classic, like retail, they can just insta boost. They don't need professions. They don't really need to grind everything. They can just buy like gear from the auction house, which is PP gear, which is fine and it scales up and all this. Like I think the grind mindset is actually gonna matter. You can level up your characters. You can gear them. You can fix your professions. Like you're not just some lazy retail Andy that just like boosted the character and just everything is just insta ready to play. You plug and play and just go. You know, like I think even that's gonna matter, especially in the start, that people are actually quick at fixing their stuff.
I don't know. I don't think it's that big of an investment. I mean, you can get like an 85 boost from, quite quickly. And yeah, okay, professions are kind of annoying to gather up, but you don't need professions to do RBGs. I don't know if that's a bad take, but I feel like you can. I mean, you're
You need if you're
just
gonna play in
min-maxing.
my groups. But yeah, sure.
It does help.
It does help, but I'm like, you can't rocket boots in RBGs. You know what I mean? Which is huge.
I would
It's
equate
just
the benefits of like tailoring to taking your rings off in RBG.
really.
Yeah, I think
Tailoring
you're
is the best
basically
buff.
you're adding an extra gear slot of worth of power, almost,
Mm.
with a profession, especially at the beginning of the expansion.
Yeah, Relentz is right about that. Like just having 2000 intellect procs like coming off your cloak like every minute, it's you definitely notice it.
It's more like a thing which, if you spread so you got like a team, one team has all professions, the other team has no professions on any. You will see the difference. I think you'll notice the difference.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we should go to the next question here. Let me see. Okay, this is actually interesting, I think. What does the current class/spec tier list look like for MoP? Who likes to dominate and who might struggle to find a spot in a serious team? I know we talked a little bit about the comp, what we set in and stuff, but maybe, yeah, what do you think?
Well, I'll just say straight up, if I don't take episode X, he's gonna have a really hard time finding a group. I'm just kidding. Joke.
Is there a tier list? Who's done the tier list? I know I did one like ages ago. I don't have it like available to show, but I put like mage at the top, warlock at the top, boomy at the top. No, not. Did I put boomy at the top? I can't remember.
Well, I mean, I think as Tdot mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, I think that the classes that will always have a spot in RBGs are probably going to be in your S tier, right? So we're talking about like druids, mage, and warlocks, right? You will always need those at the very least in your team. They just bring so much value.
Yeah. I also think Holy
Yes,
Paladin with
Blaster.
the double bob and double sack and everything, freedoms. I cannot really see you playing without that. Maybe playing double Meteor Holy Priest can be okay with Tiger's Lost, but I would really bring a Holy Paladin, even with the hot from Word of Glory as well. I know it's my class, so I'm kind of coping as well, but I don't think you'll play without a Holy Paladin. So.
No, especially if you have a lot of melee on your team, those double freedoms are going to go a long way.
Especially for the DK and the warrior.
Yeah. Plus, if you play Holy Paladin plus double Mistweaver, that's double Tiger's Lust. That's nice for the melee.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
But also, what else is like a tier list? It also depends on what other people play, like if you're easy to find out spots, If you play like a Boomkin from CATA and a lot of people don't want to reroll and they still play Boomy and maybe they're not the best Boomies in the world, they're gonna have a hard time finding a spot. But if you like play like a Feral or like, which is also good, and like some classes just have an easier time to find a spot in the RBG. Like, for sure, a mage has always, like, especially in CATA, it was very competitive spot as well. There was not many mages you could actually invite, but if you were a healer, maybe you would have an easier time finding a spot or something. So.
No, for sure. I mean, this goes back to, like, for example, what I said earlier. Every idiot is going to play a warrior. There's going to be so many warriors in MoP. I think it's going to be hard for them all to find, their spot in an RBG group. I think, things can be rough for them.
Yeah.
A lot of competition. Like I have like 3-4
Yeah.
warriors that I'm probably gonna have to cycle with, and maybe like 1 or 2 might just edge each other out. But yeah, there's a lot of warriors. There's a lot of picking. So generally, like, the better players are gonna step up to the plate and show their value.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
Marcel.
for sure. But that's actually what happened to me, like back in World of Trainer. When I came back after a long break since CATA, I was traveling in MoP, I didn't play the expansion. I came back and I was playing my priest. And there was a lot of priests, like it was almost impossible to get into good groups as priest. So I was just looking, what is the best class to play, like, in what, when I came back, DKs were both like flag carrying and target calling. It was a hard role, but I just re-rolled and made my own groups and invited the best people I could. And took it from there. So I started leading, flag carrying, target calling, everything. So I just re-rolled to what was better since my class's spec wasn't easy to get a group with. So yeah. Let's see here. Let's go to the next question. What will top players do to consistently outplay like average groups this expansion? What mindset, preparation, or hidden talent will keep the elite teams ahead?
Good team will just know exactly why they lost and fix it very quickly. They'll find out how to win in the same way, much quicker than the worst teams, I think.
Yeah, like consistency and being able to adapt on the fly are huge, and I feel like good teams, like that's baseline on what they will do. They will be consistent. They will queue or try to queue every single day, right? If they run into a wall, like they're probably recording. They're probably gonna be able to run back those povs, like see the mistakes they made, make the changes, or like in the game on the fly, right? If they recognize they're not doing something well, and they're going to be able to flip the script, let's say.
I also want to point out it's also moving quickly. I think that many teams, you can see many teams, they fall short in the Arathi Basin. I think that's like one of the best examples. Is if they just take too much time spending in a single place. It's like one person dies, start moving out. You're not needed there anymore. Just leave. And it's usually the team that's faster that has a tendency to win the game, in my opinion. So. And if you can't move fast, then that's real big disadvantage. And I sure you can analyze as much as you want, but some people just don't want to improve. It's actually insane. I mean, I'm talking from my experience from the educational RBGs. Obviously, in the higher tier, it's different, right? Everybody's performing. So, But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, all my excuses for being bad at the game were like my PC was bad. Like back then, my like I didn't have as much time to play the game and all this kind of stuff, and there was not enough resources. But I think now in 2025, people have good PC, good internet connection. Like you can make a good UI. All the resources are there, so like there's nothing stopping you from like improving except like your approach to doing it and like your capability to learn and adapt and all these kind of things. So I think there's no excuses anymore to be bad at the game. That's my that's my maybe controversial take. I don't know if that's controversial, but for me, there's no excuse. When when I play with people who I ask them like a very basic question, and I can hear like the brain delay when I've asked them like a basic question. I'm just sometimes completely shocked, like at how bad some people are and how unwilling they are to improve. But I think maybe I just have a bad perspective on.
I think if I think of multiple different types of people. I mean, there's obviously people that don't give a shit, right, and don't really care. They just want to win. And then you have people that generally do want to improve. You have to also understand, like, we've been playing this game for how long now? Like 20 years, essentially. We've been playing this game for 20 years. If we started in like 2005, it's been 20 years. And we've had time to get good at this game, you know. And in reality, anybody that starts this game, it's really complex. There's a lot of things to take into account. So it's for people that are somewhat newish, even a couple of years of playing the game, you know, you can still be quote unquote bad, right? Because there's just so much to know about it. That's something to take into account.
Yeah, but I think like if you are like bad or whatever you call it, like dog shit player or whatever you say, like
Yeah, your favorite
actually,
word.
like you really need to listen to better players and take their advice or their criticism or anything. You really need to listen because people play this game for, like you said, 20 years, and they may be better than you. So just like if they flame you or something, just like be like, yeah, my bad. Take it as your fault or whatever, and just try to listen because if the player's better than you, they're better for a reason. So yeah.
I mean, I agree, but then how some people vocalize their feedback is very questionable as well. I mean, some people, and I hope I'm not calling anybody out, but I feel like some people have really massive egos, and they talk down to people rather than just trying to have a normal conversation and trying to explain things to them. Because who knows? You don't know. You may not know the person you're playing with very well. You don't know what knowledge they might have of the game or what they might have done wrong. But I think the communication goes on both sides, right? There's got to be a willingness to want to learn.
I don't know why everyone is leaving, man. You guys are fucking trash. I hope you fucking don't play next season, man.
And there must be a willingness also from the person providing the feedback to actually communicate it in a meaningful way, right? DRAFT, you're the only person I'm going to talk down to. Don't worry.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but
Being
it's
assertive,
like combination. Like
being
I
willing to
can take
learn.
myself for example. Like I like playing with a player like Foot Critic, for example. Like I just know he's just always gonna moan even if we win or lose, and it makes me play better. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I like it hard like that. You know, like, I don't like people being soft and just saying, "Oh, you played so good." If I was playing like dog shit, I just want to get flamed. If people say I'm shit, like call me out. Like when I was playing with a MoP Relentz a bit the first season as well. Relentz, why are we dying? Shredded, are you sleeping? Like Relentz was like that always. Like it was. I like it like that. That's how I improve. But it's different from person to person, of course. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Amoeba's like the perfect example. At least for me, it's going to vary from person to person. I guess if you're like a 30-year-old guy, just come home from work, you don't want to listen to some random guy on the internet like yelling at you like how to play the game in a certain way. Like that's another perspective. But like I feel like Amoeba really gets it spot on, like how to get people to play, because he does it in a like not toxic, but he's like very direct with how he says it. He tells you exactly what you need to do. And I'm not being funny, but when I've joined better groups, those are the places where my ears you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. That's the saying, right? You listen and you try to absorb as much information as you can from these people who are better than you. I think this skill of listening is lost among some people.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can learn.
Go ahead, Tdot. Sorry.
Yeah, there's like just a lot you can learn. Like, you know, maybe not everyone gets a bunch of opportunities to play in great groups, but in those times that, you know, you can join good groups, there's a lot you can learn from if you don't feel like you're up there. Like, there's a lot you can learn if you have the openness to wanting to learn and the assertiveness to, you know, make changes in your gameplay. Like, it does matter.
Yeah, also like if I'm making maybe a good group and I need a flag carrier, I need a DK or someone, I need a healer, and I invite someone, I may know that he's lower XP, but I believe in him. So he gets his chance, you know. If he performs good, I can invite him again. If he's complete dog shit, I maybe would not invite him to this kind of group again, and maybe he can join some more chill groups with me for a little while. But people get like their shots at different times, and when the ball is played to you, you need to kick that ball and score the goal, you know. That's how I think about it. So.
True. I think there's some really, really smart people who play this game, like Serad is a good example. When he shares his opinions about the game or like how we should be winning, and I remember early on in CATA he was really quick to understand whichever team is like able to rot the other team in the more efficient way, like will win most of the team fights. And this concept, I think, people will hear these words and they won't understand what they mean. Like, but I think if you listen enough and you take time to understand what they're trying to say, I don't know. It's just like Serad was giving everybody the cheat codes and people weren't listening. That's how I felt about that.
Yeah, I came to a point in my RPG career, whatever you call it now, that if Serad says something, I don't even think anymore. I just do what he says. Like, I don't need to have my own opinion on it, because his opinion is always better than mine, no matter what I think. If he says something in a team fight or whatever, I would always shut the fuck up and do what he says. Because I just know he's always right. I never experienced this guy to be wrong. That's just an example. I'm even like doing my UI, and he's telling me, setting up everything, because I just know he knows the add-ons, he knows everything better than me. Like that. And I can of course play good and whatever, but if this guy says something, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and listen. So yeah.
That's quite a statement.
I really want to play a soundboard right now, but I'm not gonna.
You can. What is that? Which one?
It's the Minpoiki soundboard, and I'm not gonna do it.
Maybe not. Yeah. I don't know. That guy. So wait. Let's jump to the next one here. Now we're gonna move a little bit more to the maps and tactical gameplay.
Yeah, let's go.
Which maps reward specific strategies the most, and what changed in CATA? Flag maps, node maps, hybrid maps, which comps and strats shine where?
I have some ideas. Unless someone else wants to start, Tdot, Relentz.
I would just go on a limb and say like something like tempo. Like, I don't think there's just one way to play like a tempo. Like, you have so many angles to, you know, take it on, and you can play in so many ways that there isn't really one strategy per se. Like, to win.
I agree. The strategy which I like the most on this temple is just to fight all the time as like a death ball, and like you use the orbs as damage buffs. And I know a lot of teams like to pick the orbs and kite with them and avoid doing any damage with them at all. So I know there's like really polarizing opinions on how to play that specific map. I think that both tactics are good. I find the strategy of like picking an orb on a boomkin, for example, getting like close to being one-shottable, but like at a point where you're doing like 150% damage, right? So you're just, if your healers can keep you up, you're just killing absolutely everything, and you just run around the map killing everybody, perma-split resing them. perma doing all this kind of stuff. But then you face the teams who they have really mobile classes taking the orbs, and they're just running around the map, and you can never reach them. Their support classes are slowing really well, all this kind of stuff, and it feels impossible. So I think there's really different ways to play. But for me, it comes down to preference. I don't know if I can say if there's a better or worse way to play that map.
For sure. Like some teams will just not pick an orb and just push team fights. Some teams will pick one orb. Some teams will pick two orbs. Like there's so many ways to play it, and there's not really one way where you can say it's just definitively better to play that specific way on that map, because anything can happen on a tempo.
I mean, can we agree going in the middle is a bad call?
You can go on the stairs a lot. You can actually go on the stairs with
you can go
the
to
still
stairs,
gives
but
points. But going in the actually middle is only good if you killed the whole team, and even then you would still hunt the others when they rest and split them even further. So the orbs could stay in the middle. If you wipe them completely, the orbs could stay in the middle for a second, and the other teams could hunt them and keep momentum.
I mean, my perspective on the Kotmogu is, regardless of what strat you choose, it's going to be the same game in the end. At the end of the day, all you're going to be doing is, well, your guys holding the orbs are going to have stacks, and you're going to have to reset at some point because they're going to get one shot by a rogue or whatnot, right? So Kotmogu is, for me, in the end, it's a pretty simple game. There's not that many strategies available.
I like that you said Kotmogu.
Kotmogu, excuse me. So Kotmogu, monkey. But yeah, for me, it's regardless of what strat you implement, it's always going to be the same thing. And then you always have to reset the orbs, and there's going to have to be communication on who's going to be picking up which orb, and position yourself ahead of time to be able to get the orb faster than the enemy team. I think it just comes down to this. It doesn't really matter what kind of strategy you implement, whether you want to do the kiting or you want to use the orbs to actually do damage. I think these strats are viable, but in my opinion, they're also quite simple strats. You can't really have complex strats in Kotmogu. I think the battleground is pretty straightforward in my opinion. I don't know if I'm on copium here.
I don't agree with that. I think that's coping because Kotmogu is the game I had the most drama in. The most people that have removed me, I removed them from friend list. It's the most people actually need to play for themselves, and they need to listen, and they need to do pick the orbs, and they need to not pick and know and where to rest and where to spawn. And I had a lot of drama in that. I'm looking forward to that, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll tell you one thing that will happen. Sorry, I'll just say it very quickly.
Go ahead.
One thing that will happen. So I always say in these Kotmogu maps, healers never ever pick orbs, because healers need to be on the map all the time, healing. I don't ever want to see a healer in my group picking an orb, and I know for a fact that it will happen, and I will get angry about it. But
same.
This
I mean,
will be a thing, man. I swear.
There must be situations where it's okay for a healer to pick it up. If it's at the end of the game, there's 40 points left, and there's an orb available. The healer's there, no one's else available. It's
okay, there's exceptions, of course, but
yeah. But I understand that generally.
But they are still gonna get flamed, even if it is the exception. And you see, we have already said if they do that, we're gonna
We have to flame the shit out of them.
I've had this argument so many times where it's so basically the healer will pick the orb, and his reason for picking the orb will be, well, nobody else is picking the orb, and it's the ultimate trap to fall into, because just because the rest of your team are playing like dog shit and not picking the orbs doesn't mean you should also play dog shit, right? If you're in this situation, you should refuse as a healer to pick the orb.
And just flame the other guys.
And flame the other guy, Don't ever put yourself in a position where you're trying to band-aid somebody else's mistake, right?
It's the same, you see other people, they walk over for red light, and then you also walk off red light and you get hit by a car, kinda.
Exactly.
But I also think, this is gonna bring something up that I really enjoy. That's how I got into RPG. I was playing the DK target caller, and I got the After Storm, and I would literally grip knock people on cooldown and win maps just solo carrying it with the boomkin. And I think grip knock is going to be way more important because you actually need to do it now, I think, in MoP. And it's so fun and it's so different. You can knock on the alliance side, you can knock between the rocks and the horde side, which is slightly more difficult. But yeah, Gripnock's gonna be back, boys. We're gonna do it.
I definitely agree with that statement. As mentioned earlier, the team fights are going to last much longer. So if you can get someone out of the team fight for free, then by all means do it. So I think grip knocks are going to be a big deal for sure.
So having a DK to do that is definitely good in After Storm for sure. But there's a question here as well about the Silvershard mines. Like, what do you guys think is the dynamic there? Like, what's that gonna be?
Yeah. So for me, if Silvershard mines is, it's like Silvershard mines, Deepburn Gorge are kind of like two of the most strategic heavy battlegrounds in my opinion. There's always going to be your standard opener of having the team fight going for Silvershard mines at the cart that's going towards lava, because it's going to be the one that's going to cap the first, and then figuring out who you're going to send to middle and then to top. But the opener is always the same. For me, it's really the mid game, even the end game, and how you're going to rotate people around, moving the cart arrows in different directions to take that to your advantage, depending on whether you're in an advantage situation or not. I think these small plays and the communication with your stealthers are going to make you win the game, I think. And obviously as well, I mean, I guess if you have more frost mages and stuff like that, you're going to be able to keep people out of the area of the cart to be able to get it. I don't know. It's for me, Silvershard Mines is one of the more hectic battlegrounds that there is on a strategic level, which is kind of a little stressful in my opinion, because that you have a cart, it's gonna you think it's gonna cap, right? And you might be there, you might just leave it, and then a rogue pops out of nowhere and gets the last second. It is a little stressful. You never know what's gonna happen. That's my opinion. So.
Yeah, but the thing is also, it depends kind of what side you're on. If you're on Horde or Alliance, like if you're Horde, you can send to get mid, you can get to mid faster, so you can send one mid and be like 19th or whatever. But if you're Alliance, you can go like top first, you have a faster way to top, you go top, cap it, and then you can run down to mid and jump down and cap it and ghost it and stuff and whatever, like it's really different even on what side you're on, what you can actually be capable of doing. So yeah, it's gonna be really interesting.
But I would love to hear. Yeah, I would love to hear Relentz's Tdot's perspective on Silvershard Mines as well. And yeah, it's true that depending on if you're a Horde or Alliance, you will have an advantage, which I don't know.
It's just a little bit different strategy from the
start.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different strategy, but I'm curious to know if there's an advantage going top or having top closer to your starting point or mid.
I feel like Alliance has the advantage only because, going from the top node, right, you have the cliff where you can just easily jump into middle. And I think you can actually probably hit middle before, the Horde side goes from mid to top, I feel.
Yeah.
And then you also have the Zerker up there on that side as well, so you have the faster Zerker buff on Alliance. Whereas like on the Horde side, you have to go all the way up from the top side of lava, right, on the other side, and that's not really convenient.
I mean, Vith mentioned in chat there's a weak aura that tracks when the carts will reach the destination. And I will fully hold my hands up and say, when I played Silvershard Mines back in the day, the extent to which I thought about this map was basically win the team fight so hard and so quickly that you can just peel out and win the other carts, and eventually you just win the game without really even thinking about it. But I think in MoP, maybe like this time around, I'm gonna have to really analyze it, kind of thing. And I think you're going to be in a lot of situations where, say for example, mid is halfway to capping. You've got 3 people, and there's 2 people defending it. Are you able to take the cart off 2 people, either by killing them or CCing them out of it, in the time it takes for the cart to reach the destination? So I think it's going to be a lot of like kind of judgments and like playing it by ear kind of thing, and adapting to the situations. But I
completely agree.
I think maybe the initial your initial tactic to secure 2 cards, and then going off momentum for the rest of the game is like a really good way to start. So I'll probably just suggest like 9-man team fight, win it as quickly as possible, and then maybe like peel somebody out. Because you can also do things like, let's say you send 9 people to the card, they send 8 people. You have a 1-man advantage. As let's say in a team fight, nobody dies. No, everybody stays alive. As long as 8 people stay inside the cart, you can peel 1 person outright. Because the carts are not going to change either way, as long as everybody stays inside.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe we'll hear the meme like fight inside the, stop fighting outside the car, this kind of thing. Maybe we'll see like metas evolve where people are DKs are gripping people outside the cart, this kind of thing, mass gripping outside, all this
With
kind
a
of
vortex.
Knock them in the lava,
vortex,
get cap
yeah.
in the end. Knock them down from the top, like when it goes to top, you can knock them down the shithole that's in the water, and yeah.
Yeah, what Vith said is really true. When you're like not sure which is the winning card, like I remember these kind of situations, but I think the add-on kind of ruins the fun a little bit because that used to be quite an enjoyable.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually have to know that's with the points and which one caps first, the Slava cap before top and all this kind of thing,
I remember somebody was like, was it like in one of the RBG tournaments they streamed, and someone, but I think it was like there's a clip of Bylamos. He was like measuring the distance from the cart to the end using his fingers, and like trying to see which one was further away.
I remember that guy. I played against him a couple times.
Yeah. But what
The,
about the deep wind then? Like, this is where you can steal the points with the cards, or you can play bases. I think actually, if you have 2 bases, but the other team has 1 base and perma-run cards, and the other team doesn't, the team with 1 base and perma-running cards can actually win that. So.
Did you play in Legion? I'm sure there's some people here who played in Legion when Demon Hunter FC was a thing, and the meta for Deepwind was to like stalemate with 1 base each. The mid would never be capped, and it would just basically be which team could cap more cards. And the games lasted like 30 minutes almost or something. And it was all about how efficiently you could slow the FC and get your FC across. It was like the most degen games I've ever played, actually. But...
Yeah, but I actually really now I was actually maybe the reason why they changed the map, to be honest. They actually changed it to like a base map.
You were the reason, Shreddy?
I would literally queue sometimes I would queue 4 healing in that map. I would have a Holy Paladin, Misview, a Rest Druid, and a Holy Priest. Double Demon Hunter tank, Feral tank. And I would literally send 1 Demon Hunter tank and 1 healer to spin 1 base. And the Guardian would take our base, or we would send help if they needed to. We would spin mid literally forever. They would never take mid. If they killed the people, the Holy Priest would like still be able to heal. He would play the Afterlife talent, so he could stay in the form for literally 40 seconds or something. And then 1 Demon Hunter tank would always be able to like leap to the middle and spin the flag in the end, because we had 2 of them as well. It was so animalistic and demonic, like. And I met always like the good teams in this map all the time. And they would flame and heal so hard because we got this map and them, and we would win, and yeah, it was funny as fuck actually. So yeah.
We gotta watch out for Legion Classic.
Yeah, I'm ready for
Oh,
it.
no. MOP's last.
I have a few Demon Hunter tanks leveled with fishing ready and everything. I'm ready to blast.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Deepwind Gorge is just a kind of glorified Wrathy Basin, in my opinion. To be honest, it's just going to be communication between holding at least 2 nodes, prioritizing mid, and then running the carts from time to time. Once the points start ramping up, I think that's about it. I think the only question is, the only question is like, what is your strategy to kill the enemy cart runner, if you want to call it that way? Do you have someone like stealth nearby, and you're seeing that tank that's one of the Felders could probably going to be the one running the flags. Could even be the warrior with heroic leap. Displacer Beast and Heroic Leap are going to be useful, I think. So, it's like, when do you actually try to get onto the cart runners? You want to go early, or if you're holding mid, you have a big advantage to swap to the cart runners, since you can get to them faster. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know what the others think.
I think it depends, like, a lot of adapting on the fly, right? Maybe there will be points where certain teams might not feel so confident. Maybe they're going to want to overcommit on a cart, right? Maybe when two guys start peeling back prematurely, maybe that opens up a window for you to take, the middle node if, you're playing from behind. I think, like, those kind of things matter, where you can have, like, a domino effect. And just, seeing what happens and being able to react and not fall into those little holes to where you could potentially slip up and lose the game. It really does matter. I'm just more so curious to see how soon people are just gonna run 10-man mid, right? Not really care about the off nodes really early, and then just go 10-man mid to take middle, and then see what happens. Because I feel people will probably just play like 8 or 9-man. Just have one person or two people go for off nodes, and then just gradually maybe just go 10-man mid.
Yeah, but also like if you have like a good rogue that knows when to ghost his space and come bomb something in mid, it's really huge stuff like that.
Yeah, you can do this. You can also do like so you send your Guardian Druid like top to spin. You send your rogue bot, and then based on what the other team does, you can like peel people out of mid to go top or bottom to like add numbers to that. So like a 1v1 becomes a 1v2 all of a sudden, because the distance between the bases is so short. Like before the enemy team can even react, like a Boomkin's blinked out of fight, Shadow mounted up, and he's there, and suddenly that base is lost for you. You can do the same top, all this kind of thing. So I think the teams which are just like really good at adapting, moving, responding to what's happening, gonna be super good on this map.
But also like there's also difference from early game in the map but later in the game. Maybe later in the game you would actually not have the rogue defend, you will have him slowing the flag carrier, the card carrier, So you would swap around, have a boomy defend, have like anything else defending, and have the rogue on the perm on the card and zapping and slowing it. So
yeah. That is true. It is a strategy just to slow the card carrier, and ensure that your card carrier is running the cards faster than the enemy team. It'll allow you to win. And I generally agree that it's going to be, the game is going to require like really fast reactions, and people try to anticipate like what the next play is going to be on what node is again, for me it's going to be more or less symmetry based with how you hold bases and how certain things are going to be rotated around. I don't think there's going to be much of a difference regarding that, in my opinion. So
on deep end, I feel like Rogue FC is kind of weird though. Like I remember I was playing some RBGs against like Seth's group, and they would have, for example, Boris run the cart, and I feel like having, like, for example, having a Rogue run a cart, not having that surprise factor or worry of having the Rogue ink your base and knowing where the Rogue is. I feel like it definitely is maybe not the best option. Maybe for a Rogue to pick a cart. I feel like having the Rogue in stealth, having that unpredictability, makes your group a lot more dangerous. And maybe the Warrior or the Druid or something should just run the cart.
Well, the cart slows you down, right? You could sprint and it doesn't. You don't move any faster. It's only Displacer. Displacer Beast, Blink, Heroic Leap. Those abilities are the only ones that would allow you to go faster. Maybe even the Serpent, whatever kick thing of the Windwalker Monks, maybe might counter it, but the slow.
Yeah, maybe some people will even get some internet problems when they roll on the monk, with the cards. We'll see on that.
You can win the map with one base against two bases if you're better than if you're faster at capping the cards and slowing them. So you
But this is
can
all.
actually play
Sorry.
that tactic and still win.
But this is also under this assumption that you're killing the enemy cart carrier, right? Because if they cap with 2 bases, regardless of how slow they are, they still win. No.
Not necessarily. If you
two-
slow like insanely good and kill it, maybe not every time, but sometimes, I think you would still win with 1.
Probably every other time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because when you take the cart, you steal 200 resources from the enemy team, and then when you cap it, you gain 200. So
Yeah.
It's also
an
like a
interesting-
mind game. You don't want to pick the card too early. You actually want to make sure you can steal those points before you take it and stuff. If you take it too early, you don't steal anything. So.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next question here, maybe. Yeah, actually, we talked a little bit about this already, a lot actually. I think we're going to skip that question regarding the new maps. We actually went through them already. So let's go to the
Can
next.
I bring something up that Gaspar
Yeah, sure.
mentioned in chat earlier?
Yeah, of course.
Because I thought this would be a really good question. He said, "What can we do this time to make sure RBGs don't die as quickly as they did in CATA?"
Like,
Is
yeah,
there
I can
anything
start
we
with
can do?
that if you want. I actually have some. We can kind of be doing as well what we have been doing here later, CATA as well. Like, really good players. Like, they play with other people as well. Like, they will do some drafts maybe, or they will like join groups with a lower skill level just to help out and try to, not necessarily educational, but it could also be, and actually bring something for the other people instead of sitting in their own small little circular group and just playing with the same people. So that could be huge.
Consistency. Like just queue. Doesn't matter who's queuing, what
Yeah.
comp they have, what rating they are. Like just queue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it comes down to the community, just having a community, and to ensure the community keeps going is you need to have the people need to feel part of the community, and they need to be able to join groups. And if you want to keep it alive, then we need like more leaders, that form groups in the RBG scene, and to kind of keep the hype alive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Like just having more people that can form, right, which is going to result in more games, more activity. Like it goes hand in hand.
Because I've noticed when I formed groups, even during the season when it was kind of not doing too good, and during the last season here of CATA, there's a lot of people that I'd like to take, but I just simply can't, and they try signing up every week, and they want to do RBGs, but it's hard to get in because there's so little spots available, So
Yeah. If we can somehow convince Minpoike to like make a dedicated so when you open LFG, I don't want it to be custom, I want it to be fucking RBG, you know how the LFG is on retail?
Yeah.
And you can see what the group needs and all this kind of shit. Like for me it's inexcusable how that hasn't even been implemented into the game. Like right now on CATA, you can't even make groups with people from other servers and shit. And for me, there's things that Blizzard could do that would really help, and obviously there's things that we as players can do within our control.
In my opinion, they should actually just make it cross-faction as well, the RPG and the arena, because people on HOTA that's doing PvE, they will maybe have a harder time getting. I don't think there should be factions actually. I like all this nostalgia and things with factions. I like being Horde, being the bad guys or whatever, but I think they should just let people play whatever race they want and let it be like, yeah, no factions. Because all the PvE players, they want to be Horde. Most of the PvE players want to be on Alliance, and so you need to make characters on both if you want to play, and people are not going to do that, and some people actually have times for some games after the raids, and they're not going to be able to play with Alliance players.
Yeah, I think one big advantage when you've mentioned raids is, so like in CATA, I remember one big problem finding times to play with all the people you want was really difficult because some guy had raid on Monday, Wednesday, doing a GDKP on Thursday. Now with nobody raiding, there's gonna be no limits to like when you can play if you don't play with PvEers, which would be nice.
Yeah, also just that people don't actually need PvE gear, like in CATA. So it's gonna bring more people back that maybe don't have the time or don't want to put the energy into PvE, and they don't want to have the disadvantage from not having the PvE gear, so they maybe quit early or something. Like, this will actually bring people back. PvP is gonna need PvP gear, and that's pretty much it, yeah, with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I remember talking to Willex a bit about it, about how to like how the game should be more alive, and his his answer was simply the game needs more people, leaders, to make groups. But in my opinion, I think people who only play in 95% win rate groups are cannibalizing their own game, which is which is fine if they want to play the game for 2 months, get the most out of it, stomp everybody, and then leave, which is fine. But I think if you really enjoy the game, you have to accept that you're not going to play with 95%. And let's say there's an evening happening where there's like lots of like 2.4 teams, and you're like the big 2.6 team that stomps everyone. Just so you can get your satisfaction of like beating these players and stopping them all from playing, is it really worth it, right? Because you're what tend to happen in the past as well. This is another reason why RBGs died in previous seasons. These top teams would poach the good players out of the teams who played in slightly lower MMR brackets. So these teams stood absolutely no chance, right? Because obviously, if a really good team asks you to play, you're going to go play with them because you want to play with the best. So it's just like a big problem. I think people just need to be aware of what they're doing. If you're just playing to stomp everybody, stomp old teams, stomp all this kind of stuff, the bracket's just going to die super quick. But yeah.
Yeah, it kind of hits me as well like that, because I was forming a lot of groups, which was more chill groups during the day a lot of times, and I was streaming it, and people could see the team we had, so they would always form like a stronger team to beat this team, and then I would reform and make a stronger team because now there was a team playing, so they need to do this chill group. I would form a better group, and then this team would probably stop playing because they could see I was forming a stronger team. It really demotivated me a lot of times. So I hope there's going to be organic games, people playing with the people they want and just queuing up. Like, stop dodging, just play.
Just to continue on Relentz's point that I completely agree with. Something I also have noticed, and I think it's a pity. I think it's a real pity that the best players only play with the best players. You almost never see, unless I'm wrong and I'm blind or something, some of these best players actually spend time in the lower brackets and actually trying helping out, or just playing with with these lower teams, which is completely fine, right? And I think it would be beneficial to the community if there was like these well experienced players would be like mentors to like the lower teams. I know it's kind of cringy to say that, but it's it's kind of the community. If you want people to keep playing and the bracket not just to die completely, it's not too bad to go out and join some other teams and give some advice when they seemingly need advice. So
there are players who do it, like Willex, Cavi, Amoeba did
yeah,
it, Latex did it. There are Raz used to play with whoever as well, to be fair. But there's some players who only play when it's like the guaranteed win. But I think I agree with you. Mentoring would be like a really like positive step. But I think the first step would just be like you don't always have to make the team that's going to stomp everything that's currently playing, right? If you have
I agree.
control. that's step one for me at least.
Yeah.
It's just like accepting, and I think it's not just the group formers, right? Because I could count hundreds of instances during not well, I could count on more than two hands the amount of instances where leaders have formed a group that's going to crush everything. I've joined them, other people have joined them. You as a person have you have the choice to join this group or not, right? So you know
Moral responsibility.
exactly. So you're not innocent because you're not the one who made the group, but you're part of the 10 people who queued up. So I think if more people took like personal responsibility, it would be
Wait. So you're telling me the excuse of, but they just invited me and I didn't know, is not valid? It's a joke.
Shreddy, do you have me
Sure.
turned down? By the way, someone told me I'm quiet. I don't know if it's just
Oh,
my
I don't
phone.
know. I need to turn you up at least.
I actually had to turn you up, by the way,
I'm a
manually.
bit scared to have it turned up, but let's do it.
I think there were some interesting points in the chat, by the way. I think Vit mentioned something.
People. Oh yeah.
Oh, this Mr. Matt's asking, do you think it's possible to make a 2-minute pause in Rated Battlegrounds? I have 5 kids, 3 cats plus fish turtle. Okay. Yeah, so Vith makes a good point. Like, people are always going to snipe. People are always going to play their main groups. People are always going to dodge and so on and so forth. And, it's true. Like, we'd like for things to change, but I think some people just don't care. And that's okay. I mean, people pay a sub to do whatever they want in this game, right? So.
Yeah, but like of course there's gonna be people doing this, but are you gonna add more like fire on the fucking fire? Are you gonna add more like what is called wood to the fire, or are you gonna
Yeah, oil.
not like? Of course it's gonna happen, but are you literally gonna just be everyone is doing it? I'm gonna do it as well. Or are you gonna really? Oh fuck you guys! I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just be like you guys. If you're doing that, I'm not gonna be a part of it. Like it's up to the individual people as well, not just the leaders. It's just like I'm not gonna play like that. If you want to play like that, I'm not. It's not gonna be me involved in that. So, yeah.
Well, there's also a fine line between. So it's very easy to make the excuse like, oh, they have the stronger team. We shouldn't even bother trying. Like, be demotivated. You should always give it like 100% effort to win and improve and all this kind of stuff. And I think it's obvious to everyone when there's a 0% chance, right? Usually you can figure it out when there's a 0% chance. But even if there's like a 40% chance, like you take those odds and you play 100%. But like I used to love when Amoeba would join the groups. He would join the underdog groups because it's actually you get so much more satisfaction out of beating the stronger group with an underdog group. At least that's how I
Yeah, exactly.
have experienced it.
Yep.
I agree
But
completely
when
on
there's not
that.
enough,
Yeah.
when there's not enough amoebas in the team to like bring the energy up and like get everybody hyped up and believing that they can win, then it's a real funeral in the Discord.
Some of the best games I had was like in season 9 when I came back, and some people were really trying serious to push the last points for the hero, and I would make like a decent enough group, and they would like not be afraid, but they would not know for sure if they were gonna win, and they had to try hard. And I would geek a try hard with my calls, and sometimes we would actually win and crush some HOTA dreams, So that was some of the best
Yeah.
games for me.
Yeah. Deckrath makes a good point. He's like, well, you guys maybe shouldn't exclude PvE players, but get more PvE players into RBGs and care less about rating. That's how the PvP community was back then. It was mostly raiders who wanted the gear style titles, and it was easy to get since it was more active. Yeah.
I think I mean it's it's a bit different nowadays because RBGs is a lot of it's a lot of niche knowledge that you need to know, and there's a lot of things you learn in RBG only by making the mistakes right. So only by you learn through losing the games that you made the mistakes in. So I think there's a big barrier for some players. So I think it's okay to bring certain classes in. Say you've got like a warlock who's really good in PvE, you can bring him in no problem. He'll just do big damage. But if you bring like a Boomkin in from PvE and you're expecting him to play well in 2v2s, defending bases, all this kind of stuff, cloning healers, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the same
X's and
thing.
O's.
When I like look at arena players, I have sometimes some. And there's also some people playing arena is really good in RPG, and some people are not. But when I look at one guy has a really high arena rating, but no like high RPG XP at all, I'm always a bit like, wow, this is like a 50-50. Is this guy even gonna take the game serious? Is he gonna talk? Or is he gonna carry the game because he's so good in arena? Like, it's like a gamble for me to bring like a really good arena player because like half of them are not even gonna take the game serious because they think RPG is a meme bracket, so yeah.
Yeah, but at least they know how to play the class at the very least.
Yeah, you know
Compared
that,
to someone
but
that doesn't have. Yeah.
But that's sometimes I'd rather actually bring a guy that's really good PvE player. I know he's gonna pump and he wants to actually play a lot of times. So I would sometimes it's like maybe controversial opinion or whatever, but that's I would rather bring like a PvE guy that's I know he pumps at least than some of the arena players that maybe don't take it serious.
Some classes can slide in easier than others, right? Like an HPAL or a Warlock, right? But maybe classes like, let's say, a Rogue or a Druid, or maybe like a Mistweaver. Maybe those might be more classes where maybe PvE players that normally don't play RBG might struggle to fill that kind of role, as Relentz said.
Yeah, exactly. Also, like if you have like two really strong RPG and arena healers that actually pumped a lot of RPGs together, I don't mind bringing in like maybe a PvE pumper healer that just can get guided a bit by the other guys. That's also fine for me. Like I don't mind that, as long as he pumps and listens. Couldn't care less.
I mean, wouldn't that be more true for like Cataclysm, where pumping was more of a thing, and you only had, like for Boomkins, only had responsibility just to do damage?
Well,
I mean, I think MoP
not
is going to be.
not necessarily. If you like bring a really good holy priest or
I know.
holy paladin, maybe not holy paladin, but a holy priest. I think the monk and the pala will float a lot and have some different plays, but the last healer, if it's not like, I think the monk he needs to float a lot as well. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that. No, I don't. I think it changes a bit, but it's not like making a break it for me.
There's there's one thing I've been thinking about recently, and it's CATA really brought it to like my attention because I think back in the day, at least me personally, I used to take pride in one of my key like if you brought me, I would be able to do big damage or something like this, right? But I think nowadays, doing big damage should be like a basic. You should just be able to do that. It shouldn't be like a special ability to be able to like do your rotation properly and know how to output the most damage possible. It should be all the other things that you bring. And I think there's certain special cases, like for example, laser disease was doing more damage than every other boomkin in CATA. Like it was not even close in some situations, but for the most part, everybody should just be able to do max PvE damage. Like if they were put in a raid, you should be able to pass 90 plus, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
Well, which kind of leads like to like one of the points is like, don't you think because MOPs requires kind of like a higher skill cap in RBGs, that it's going to limit how many people can actually participate at a high level? Because it is kind of a step up compared to CATA, I think. Because not only do you have to do damage, but you also have to do all these extra things as well, like counterspelling and CCing and stuff like that.
I think the problem is, right, so I think it's fine if the good players are playing against the good players. I think if the game is like super active, there's no problem with that being a thing. I think the problem is when the game starts to die, you have like the good teams are more often meeting the worst teams and stomping them and then demoralizing them, and then it's like the speed at which the game dies is like speeding up basically. So
would it be possible to make a poll and ask chat, when do you think MoP is going to die off? Because I think everybody somewhat agrees that it's going to die at some point. That we don't know if it's going to be midway during the first season or the second season or the third season. I think it would be kind of interesting to get people's perspective on that.
I can check. I think I can do a slash poll actually.
It'd be kind of interesting to see what people
I
think.
can do that in like a second at least. This is something I just really thought about for this. I forgot it now.
People are dropping 1 month into the fucking expansion. Come on. That's crazy.
In general, I mean, that's valid. I mean, if you look at like TBC and Lich King Classic and Cataclysm, there was always like a significant drop off after 1 month, and then there was like the final nail in the coffin after like 2-3 months.
Yeah.
I'm making it now.
It's like you can't really compare it compared to like pre-patch every single time, where it's like there's so much activity, everything's popping, everyone's hyped.
Soil says, I think our retention will be a lot better with Glad being obtainable from 2v2 and a lot more accessible. That is true. And so I'm glad they're actually bringing that back for 2s and 5s.
Hodja, I think I agree with what you say about the best way to improve is to play versus stronger teams. But I think there's one thing I would add to that is that you need to play with strong players against stronger teams. That's the key. Because I think a lot of the teams who are bad in RBGs, they are so bad they don't know why they're bad, if that makes sense. They don't know the reasons they're losing. They can't even figure that out. I think
so
if
it's a
you
very
have
good point.
players, if you have good players in your team telling you what you're doing wrong, and you listen to them, then that's the key. At least that's my my take.
I'm gonna put up the poll now. When will MoP die? And the answer is gonna be like, it's already dead. Give it 1 month, 2 or 3 months after first season. It won't die, and it won't die, and what will also be great. Like that's the last one. Oh, I can't type. And it won't die. I'll just type it. It won't die. Let's go. It has 10 minutes, so yeah.
I think there's also a lack of there's a lack of resource. There's no like YouTube guide makers or anything where people can literally go to check out the basics of their class. Like, I think a lot of people don't even know Ironforge Pro exists, where you can like look at people's armory.
Yeah, legitimate.
I think if people had the tools to like, and they knew how to research like what glyphs people are running, what talent builds they're running, what gear, what gems, all these kind of things, they at least have they have like a starting point, right? I think a lot of people who try to get into RBGs who don't know anyone, they don't even know where in game to look to find groups, right? They stumble upon it by chance or by like referred by a friend.
I also think that what you're talking was like it's like half the information. Sure, you could look people up on the armory and stuff like that, but for me it really comes to what talent choices do they make for certain battlegrounds, right? What kind of rotation are they doing? What are they looking out for, for certain classes and so on and so forth? And that information is just not available. You can go on skillcap.com and they'll only talk about arena perspectives, right? Which is not equatable to, RBGs. And I just think that
they actually did RBG guys with Sod as well earlier, but they don't do that anymore for some reason. So yeah, maybe we could even talk with them, and some people could actually make it with them or for them, or some other people could make it, but they did it before, way back. So
The thing is, before we even do something like that, Blizzard need to acknowledge that like RBGs exist in their game, because at the moment it's like they've forgotten this is a bracket and we're like a community crowdfunded bracket that they don't even know exists in their game right now. That's how it feels, at least.
Well, we can say like this: they haven't even given out the feat of strength for Cataclysmic Hero. So yeah, for now at least, they don't give a fuck about RBG, to be honest. Like in the first season, they didn't fix that with the Twin Peaks in Warsong, where the team got last cap would win. They literally have to finish 3 caps if it was draw and stuff, and you can still grip to the graveyard, and a lot of things not getting fixed in RBG. Like you can use like items like Vision Goggles, Sugar Fire, and other items you can use, and yeah, it is what it is. Like it's just a part of the game now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to make. I was thinking about doing it for CATA at some point, but I just realized that at one point the game was already completely dead. So like, the content that any content that I would make would be like reaching maybe like max 20 people would find it useful, something like that. But maybe for MoP, pre-releasing some stuff, like, or at least releasing it in the first week, maybe it helps people to like figure out what talents they should be running, what all this kind of thing. At least getting them thinking about it.
I think that's a great idea, and I have plans to do that quite early, like, you know, for DKs and maybe even for how to lead an RBG group, how to lead your first RBG group. You know, that I think that'd be like an amazing video as well, just to get people, you know, and maybe interested in that stuff. You know, talk about RBG strats, and I think that if there's enough people, like, you know, maybe you, Tdot, Shreddy, you know, and others that would be interested in making content regarding this, maybe people get more informed, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's also why I was thinking about making this stream for a while, and now MoP is coming, so I think it's the best time. And hopefully you guys and maybe other people can invite and do some like kind of RBG panel and talk about stuff another time. That would be great for you, I think. So.
It's interesting.
It does come back though to like how willing are people to learn, because I remember in the beginning of CATA was like sharing information which I got from like some eHeroes players, some stuff I came up with myself, all this kind of stuff, talents to choose. And I remember some players were just like so stubborn about choosing a talent that somebody who is clearly better than them has suggested to them. Oh, I want to play this talent actually, which is fair enough, right? And I think there's quite a lot of people like that who are just, they, even if the information is there, they still won't use it. But we'll see.
Yeah, like that as well. But it's also like sometimes really good people, players, they don't want to share information if they have some super trick that can give them advantage. People don't want to share it because, like, if other people know it, it could literally make them lose a game or not win as easy. But I'm kind of going the other different direction. I was streaming most of my games and sharing or whatever because I want to keep the bracket alive, and maybe people know about the information about some tactic or something, but still at the same time, it's you who came up with it, and you just have to adapt even further. If they know your tactic, then you need to make an even better tactic. You're always going to be one step ahead if you keep developing and adapting. So yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
We have some more questions we want to go with, or do we want to like, what do you think, guys? I have some more still. I have like kind of like, I have 2 more categories of questions. I'm going to skip some of them, of course, and then you still have time to go with some people in the chat. But I don't know how much time you guys even have and stuff. Like, if you can go for like 30 more minutes or something. Or...
Yeah.
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 So we'll do here team roles and coordination. That's one here. What qualities define an excellent RPG leader in MoP Classic? How should shot calling, swaps, and rotation be organized for success?
Well, I think a good RBG leader is one that flames the shit out of his people when they fuck up.
Really?
Real.
No, I'm just joking. Of course not.
I'm fucking tilted, but what do you want me to say? People lost over 24 points!
I don't know, whenever people are so angry, it just shows to me they care. They're passionate about it. They want to win, and I love that. I can see the passion, but I guess to some people they just see the toxic.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Why would you ever trigger a sap in your life if you played over 1.5? Hello.
God. That never gets old, does it? Pretty fox. I'll let you guys talk. I've been yapping a lot as well. So
we talked about this subject before about good leader and toxicity and shot calling and all this kind of stuff.
with me?
No, I mean like in general. I think
maybe
this question was somewhat covered, but yeah.
Yeah, it is probably. Yeah, we talked a lot actually about that.
Ooh, yeah, we did talk about it. I mean,
yeah,
yes.
Let's go to another one then. Like, let's see here. Let's see what's when we didn't talk so much about.
I'd be interested in if anyone in chat wants to share who they think their like favorite when they're in a group with somebody who's leading it, who their favorite RPG leader is.
Yeah.
I know mine is Amoeba, but
Yeah. Who's your favorite RBG leader, guys?
I am definitely Mikos, yeah, exactly. 100%. I'm happy that the guy coming back to the game. It brings content
I would say
to the
Avi.
table.
Avi's a good RBG lead, obviously.
Yeah, let's see here. What else did I write in here?
It's a danky, man. Holy hells. Danky, that should be illegal, man.
Interesting one I have here. What is the best way to balance rosters that mix highly experienced players with newcomers? Is it worth carrying weaker players, or should team focus on building tighter, more consistent cores? We talked a bit about that as well with Relentz's opinion, but a little bit more about this, if it's actually worth carrying and improving people, or is it not?
No,
Yeah, we actually been through this a little bit, but yeah.
We went through this. I mean, look, everyone's going to do the same thing. Every high RBG teams, if you fuck up, you're just going to get replaced if there's enough, good players available on the market, if you want to call it like that. Yeah, people don't have the patience. It's either you know the game after 2 decades or you don't. If you're a new player and you want to compete at a high level, you just have to, unfortunately, struggle your way through until you can prove that, or know someone that can get you in, right? Either by playing a class that is in high demand, like for example, FCs, maybe some type of healers, probably easier to get into certain groups with, I don't know.
Yeah, but what I think is also that what I actually like to do myself is I have a lot of time to play. It's not a secret. Like I'm kind of no life in this shitty game, but the thing is for me is that I like to make like semi like chill groups during the day and more serious group in the evening, and then in the night I will make some more chill groups again. Maybe if I even sleep or whatever, So yeah, mixing it out a bit. So on the prime time I want to play with prime players and pump. And the other times I will give people a chance and a shot for the spot, Let me see 1 second here. The poll is finished now. Should we bring that up really quick here? Can you see it as well, guys? It's only me that can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After first season, 63%. I'm happy no one said it's already dead. Maybe that's because Trax is not watching the video. But yeah, let's see. Give it 1 month 6%, 2 to 3 months 13. It won't die. That's me and some other people coping there, I guess. So after first season, that's most people's prediction. I really hope we can change that and keep the whole mob alive and bring it even into mob and legion or whatever bits they're gonna bring out. Let's bring the bracket back together and have a great time in mob. Why not?
Guess, Paul, my personal best leader from RBG was Methlol. Yeah.
But let's go back to what was we were talking about with the...
You were so cringe. It's crazy. We got so many good clips from the end of season 11. That was actually insane.
So something to add to that, Tdot maybe has something, or do we want to... I have some more like technical, detailed preparation kind of questions as well after this. We can go through quickly.
I think with like balancing roster, everyone's situation can kind of differ, right? And I feel like that kind of falls back into networking and the people that you know. Whereas like some teams will have good players or know people to fill spots, whereas other people might not know people and they might have to take dart throws or play with lesser skilled players. I think that's I think it just falls back on networking.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's go to the next one. Are there any professions that provide a competitive edge for specific classes or roles? What's best for min-maxers who want every possible advantage?
Taylor's the obvious one.
I actually don't think it's like a clear-cut answer. I think it depends on what class you're playing, and it also depends, like, are you someone that has a very short window of burst damage, and where maybe blacksmithing where you have consistent damage, and then engineering just to give the extra boost when you have cooldowns up, or you're someone that just like spreads dots, or just has, just doesn't matter when their things proc, and you just need damage randomly at any time. you know uh, I think blacksmithing and engineering, I think engineering is, you have to be engineering. I think there's no way around it, in my opinion. And then I think it really depends on your class whether you want to go for tailoring or blacksmithing, maybe even jewel crafting. I don't know, but that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. So I think it depends on the class, and it also depends on your race, because humans get double trinket. Double trinket means you're really using one badge trinket, which is on use. It doesn't share cooldown with engineering. So you need to factor this into your decision making. So for example, the logic I went by when I was picking professions for my mage was, one, do I want to re-level a new profession entirely? The answer was no, so I'm going to stick with engineering. But I think I'm going to get good use out of having NG gloves on a so I'm going to use my PvP trinket, and then I'm going to have my NG gloves still available to use. And I think I'm going to get use of that just on the way my class functions. I think Boomkin, for example, it can't be human, right? So it's going to have the proc trinket and the PvP trinket, and then you're going to use your on-use gloves from NG.
Mm-hmm.
And I think tailoring is just like it's clearly better than every other profession. I think there's some wild card professions like herbalism, which herbalism can be procced with popped at the same time as NG gloves. Not NG gloves, PvP trinket. So
there was a question in chat. Obviously, I answered really quickly because I was thinking of Cataclysm, and I wonder if it's still true. What are the best professions for FC, which I'm assuming like Guardian FC? So for me, in my opinion, from my what I did was I just stacked resilience like crazy, and I went blacksmithing and jewel crafting to min-max resilience. Now, is that going to be a thing for MoP? Are Guardian Druids really going to be socketing in, PvP resilience? Is it going to make that much of a difference? And also the fact that the chance of you getting an FC map is going to be really low. So are you going to prioritize? Having your, preparing your boomkin off spec? Like, how is that going to look like for professions for NFC?
Well, I was actually talking with Liski about this exact thing for like a pretty long time the other day. And since there's only 2 flag carrier maps, it's a lower percentage of getting a flag carrier map. So we've been talking about that if you play like Guardian Boomy as your specs, you would even buy like the Boomy gear first and just run like blues on the flag carrier gear and just play like Boomy other maps. You wouldn't even prioritize for it that much. So I think you would still go probably like tailoring engineering or tailoring blacksmithing or something, to be honest. I don't think you will prioritize the F scene so much, but prioritize the other maps more.
yeah, if I was a Guardian Druid main, I would have been on the beta testing the different gear. I would invite like a rogue and a boomkin to open on me in the Gurabashi arena or something, and just like see how tanky I am in different gear setups, like if blue gear is fine and all this kind of stuff. But I don't really care enough to do something like that. But I think the Guardian Druid mains who are like smart about itemization and stuff, I think you'll notice. I think even in CATA, like some of the Guardian Druids were like much tankier than the other ones when you opened on them. Maybe we'll see something similar in more.
I played a bit of Guardian when I was on Shalon. I think I played for like a few months, and I was stacking in gemming stamina, and I had mining and blacksmithing with stamina gems. And I think it worked out, like, it was okay for flag maps, don't get me wrong, but when you're forced to play Boomy and you have, mining or stamina gems, or not tailoring or engineering, let's say the better ones. Like you do notice it on the majority of the other maps where you are lacking it. So I don't feel like you necessarily need to have professions for an FC when really you're only going to use it on 2 maps, maybe at most 3.
True.
True.
I think also the times where you notice like how tanky your FC is like when they're picking the flag alone and maybe like 1 or 2 people open on them. They need to just like survive until they can reach their healer, right? And those other situations are like when you're both on high stacks and you've got like 100% damage increased. Are you going to prefer to have like higher H people or like extra bit of resilience, which probably doesn't actually have that much value when you've got like high stacks, if that makes sense? So we need someone who's like really insane at like maths and like working out all that kind of shit to figure it out. But I see be able to do that. I don't really care.
Yeah, you make a good point, and it's essentially some of the questions I've been asking myself when I was FCing during Cataclysm on my Worgen. I was like, I'm gonna min max the hell out of resilience, and I noticed that resilience actually kind of tapers off the higher you go, and you and the value you get later on at like 5.6k resilience, I think was the highest. 5.7k resilience, that was the highest I was able to get in Cataclysm. Is that the last percentage values are not even worth it? It feels like I'm like, well, I need to sit down and do some math, which I don't really care that much about since I don't play Guardian Feral Druid that much anymore. And I was like, well, socketing stamina could possibly be a solution after a certain cap of resilience. No. So anybody out there that wants to do the math, then please let me know.
Well, but if I was gonna do it, I would consider tailoring, but tailoring does nothing for FC, so I would probably pick guild crafting, blacksmithing or something, because it gives something for the like both ways. It gives like gems and stuff for the flag carrier. It gives for Boomy or like Feral off spec or whatever, and you can even have multiple items. You could have like different set of braces for when you flag carry, different set of braces for Feral, and you could literally minimax a lot of different gear sets and stuff like that. And I'll probably go with that.
I see your perspective. I just don't necessarily agree, because if you think about it, if you're going to min max your survivability as a guardian, it's going to be very minimal. It's better just to focus on how to maximize your damage as Boomy, and then just do as much you can for guardian, and that should be sufficient. Because at the end of the day, most of the time, the reason as to why you lose a flag carrying map is not because of the FC, unless he's retarded. But the high level, that doesn't happen as often, in my opinion. In FC maps, you usually lose because the enemy team is able to connect with your FC. If your FC has decent positioning, who cares what kind of gear he has? They should never touch him, because he should be getting peels and whatnot. So I think it's
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I remember early on in CATA, like other majors were telling me, oh, we should have this PvE off piece, we should play with this trinket. And I remember I didn't have PvE gear for the first 2 seasons, and I was gapping quite a lot of these majors who were like trying to min-max all their stats and stuff on damage. I was like just outplaying them by playing better. I think people forget, like, actually playing the game is the important part, right? You can put in maybe like 90% optimized stats. Like optimizing the last 10% is really, it doesn't yield any like real results, in my opinion at least.
Yeah,
but I think obviously you should do what you can. Like you should definitely have two professions. It doesn't really matter as long as you have like 2 professions maxed out and using the benefits from them. That's all.
Yeah, you should do what you can, but don't oversweat it. Like I've always seen some people like they wanna like giga prep, and I even giga prep myself. But yeah, people like giga prep and a lot of characters, a lot of stuff, professions and everything. Then when it comes to the day they're gonna play, they're gonna even like not even queue as much, or like just when it comes to this, how you play and if you actually queue a lot and improve. It's not like this small what's called micromanaging, micromaxing or whatever you call it, like
min-maxing. Yeah.
No, but not min-maxing. It's like like in the micro level, not in the macro level. I don't know what you call it. It's not these small things that's gonna make it or break it.
Micro optimizing is what you're talking about.
Something like that. Yeah. Like I would have on
What's
vanilla, I would have like
maxing
a
then,
flag.
but yeah.
I would have like a flag carrier. He would need all the items for flag. He would find every raid that he didn't get this and this and this item for the flag carrying. And we came to the day he wanted to flag carry. He did one BG and he was dog shit and he quit even though he got all the items. So yeah.
To be fair, some people enjoy that aspect of the game though, like the planning and the theory crafting and stuff, just as much as they enjoy the gameplay. So I understand why people like to discuss that kind of thing. And it's also like a mental thing when you know you've done like the max amount of preparation you can do. Like I remember I had this mindset in vanilla classic raiding. As long as I had everything prepared, every consumable, every world buff, every possible thing that would give me like the most DPS, I was chilling hard in a raid. But if I didn't put this preparation in, I was kind of stressing a little bit in the raid.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just check here. We can go to the next question, I think, unless there's something else you want to say. I actually have something to add. I think when you said that about engineering, I was like, also like kind of like, I don't think engineering, I think for healers, I don't think that intellect use is that huge. I would rather have blacksmithing, tailoring as a healer, for example. For sure. Especially if I'm human. So.
I think it's a valid point. I'm not much
Tailoring 100%,
like
100%. So.
now when I was talking about when I was talking about engineering, I think it's more of like on a DPS perspective. That's what I was thinking. At least.
Yeah.
Healers don't know.
Yeah. I think tailoring, for example, like it procs basically off the first spell you cast, right? So in a team fight, if you're coming up against a team full of tailoring users, tailoring enjoyers, all of them are proccing their cloaks, and they're just the healing output, the damage output is all really high for the first 15 seconds of the team fight. So if you're not matching that, if your healers don't have tailoring, if your DPS don't have tailoring, you're just doing noticeably less output, I think. So I think just everybody just take tailoring as a
Yeah, but
baseline.
one other thing that I'm actually gonna bring up as well. I've played other expansion and stuff, where I played with people. We had like a team set and stuff, and we were gonna play, and people felt so comfortable and that they were gonna play. And when it came to the day, they were not ready to play. They didn't farm all the honor gear. They were lacking some items, and I just think like preparation is just not professions. It's farming your gear and bringing it on the table like that. So don't slack. If you have like part of a team, you will get kicked if you don't have farm your shit. And I was too nice to people back then. I would not kick them. I would give them chance. We would play and we would lose, and it would tilt people. Just farm your stuff and be ready if you wanna play. You know. So.
Yeah. There's one thing we haven't talked about today, and I would say is going to be one of the key things that separates different players, and it's understanding when to change your glyphs and your talents for the different maps and the different situations. You need to understand like what. So, for example, on Mage, you play either Frost Jaw, which is like a silence, or Ring of Frost. You can play Blazing Speed, which is like a speed boost, or Presence of Mind, which is like instant POM. So you need to like be thinking about all the different situations you're going to be in, which require the different tools, and understanding what your class does. So I think if you're re-rolling to a class, you just like read all the talents, read all of the glyphs, make sure you understand which are useful in all the different situations. Make sure you're ready to to swap them around. That's it.
Yeah, and also even like what comp you run, what teammates you have, and maybe even like personal preferences can have some kind of thing, you know, like it really comes down to a lot of things. That's also what I think is gonna difference the best players from the start the worst, is the people that actually can think for themselves and invent some stuff, and not just looking what everyone else is picking, but also just making their own thing that's actually good, you know, like actually really good.
Yeah, I think understanding is like the main thing, right? Because you can copy and paste somebody's talents, gear, everything, but if you don't understand the thought process or like the decisions behind those choices, you're never going to be able to like think of anything for yourself, really. Which is, For me, that's the mark of a good player. Somebody who knows his class, understands all the reasons for all the different choices.
Let's just see which other questions here before the chat will start asking as well. I'm just checking real quick if there's something that's really important.
I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Just wanted to bring up an idea by one of our by one people in the chat regarding the what we could do to keep the community kind of alive longer. And Dakrath indicated that doing community cups with coverage, etc., could be a way to keep people kind of hyped for RBGs.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that it's like organizing tournaments and having it
I had
streamed
like a
live.
thought about that actually. Like if we could make like some kind of draft tournament where it's not like team based, but it's more like it's drafts and you get individual points, like from when you win, and we could do it even like a league over more weeks or whatever, and people would gain points like individually. So regarding what team, like it's kind of like a solo shuffle, but like more like for RPG shuffle kind of thing. And that could be very interesting to do something like that, to have it like maybe every Saturday, first or every week, or like every other week or something. I think that could be really cool to put time together to do that, and actually have a prize maybe, or maybe just have the honor or whatever, So.
Yeah, that would be fun, man. If we can do it properly and like have a good like league table where everyone can check it and stuff, that would be cool.
Yeah, exactly. We could look into that maybe 1 or 2 weeks into the season, Relentz, some other people. People are more
If the population is good enough, by the way, 100%, I will try to get this RBG World Cup thing. Like Team Denmark, Team UK. Man, it will be. It's the content that should have happened in CATA, man.
Yeah, we could do that, and we could even have like some kind of draft thing on the side that would be running as well with some leaderboards as well and stuff. So be cool. Let me see here.
Adds more spice.
Yeah. Because the draft
is always
you get to play with people you didn't play a lot with, and it can be fun, it can be interesting, it can be toxic, it can be a lot of different stuff. So we just take the last question. I have like 3 more questions I want to go through, if you guys have the time, like quickly.
Yeah, sure.
And then we have some chats can start preparing as well, some more questions, and gonna round up after that. There's one here. How should teams handle problem players, AFKers, trolls, or people who consistently underperform? What are fair policies for recruitment, discipline, and accountability?
Well, I can tell you from recent experience, I made a team for the end of CATA. We had a Discord, and after our games, I went through the VODs and stuff, reviewing what people did, where people were standing, asking them, what the decision making was, this kind of thing. And generally, 90% of the time, people are willing to accept when they made a mistake and try to fix it. And I think that's like the key for improving. Is like just being willing to accept when you did something wrong and then fix it, right? So as long as you have people like that, no matter how they're performing, you will always see improvements, or well, in theory, you will always see improvements. If they, after a certain amount of time, they can't fix their mistakes, the seasons don't last forever, right? And you have your goals, your team has the goals. Sometimes you have to make the difficult decision to replace somebody, right? And if you're the one being replaced, I think sometimes you have to do it with dignity and not like be a baby about it. Just accept that there's better players out there. It becomes a bit difficult when it's all, like friends playing together and all this kind of stuff. But I think generally, when it's pugging and we all know each other a little bit, not to take it too personally, right? And that's the main thing. Just keep it about the game, keep it not personal. And
I think that's a really good take on it, because the reason why I haven't pushed a lot for a lot of seasons when I tried to play in BFA and stuff, like I had some people I was too good friends with, and I was not playing professionally like that. I was more like playing with my friends and enjoying, and I didn't replace people really. I gave them too many chances and too big of a, yeah. And now I rather, like, I don't have like a completely set team from the start of the season, because I wanna like try out different people and try out different stuff to play with, and I have some idea of what I wanna do, but I don't wanna be stuck with someone if they don't farm their stuff in the start or if they don't perform. I rather just like make a team on the go, which feels natural, like that. So. But then if we go back to the question here, like, I've been kind of large with stuff. I have people saying shit and talking shit and toxic and stuff. I've been kind of like making people, like, in the Discord general chat is like the Wild West. People saying shit and throwing. I'm not banning people for like a lot and stuff. Like, of course, if people are racist or something, like, there's a rule in the Discord saying don't be racist, and that's kind of what we go with, you know.
I mean, for me, probably my players are, you know, obviously I'm talking about more of like the educational RBG perspective, right? Which is very different from higher things. So you have to kind of accept that some players are going to underperform and hope that they're going to, you know, progress as the games, you know, continue. But there, you know, there are some players that have a really hard time progressing and just always make the same mistakes over and over again. And at some point, you know, there's not, you know, you could simply politely explain to them that you cannot take them anymore because of their underperformance. And most of the time, they take it relatively well. I haven't had, in quite a while, anybody that's, you know, kind of raged at me. You know, it's like, dog shit player, why you talk to me? But yeah, so yeah. But people, I have had in the past people that do rage from various situations, right? And if there's any sign of disrespect, I guess this goes under the trolls category of the question. I think I have like a no bullshit policy. It's just
fucking piece of shit. You're just a pig.
I think I have like a no bullshit policy, and if there's a lack of respect, I just don't want to be associated with that person, and they immediately get kicked out and put on ignore, and I just have other things to do than to deal with it. I'm already taking time out of my own life to form groups, you know, and have a good time, and I'm not getting paid for this, so I don't really want to deal with, you know, some of the trolls out there.
Now shut the fuck up alone as well, please.
No,
You fucking fat fuck.
It's a good point, Xockburn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, for me personally, I was known and back in VOD and stuff, I was very toxic. I was insanely toxic. Put everyone retards, everyone flaming, and I'm trying to get a little bit. There's still something in it that's happening, but I'm way more chill now than I used to be. Even though sometimes I lose it, but everyone can lose it, and I'm trying to be more cool with people as well, giving them a chance. And if they flame me, I probably won't flame as much back as I used to. Like back in the days, I would drag them to another channel and flame the shit out of them, call them whatever words I would, then till they mute the stream and just sit and flame and stuff. And I'm not doing that kind of stuff anymore. And yeah, but let's look at it here again. Like people AFKing or trolling, I would just invite them again. But yeah, the flaming is not too bad.
I think there's a question for Relentz by NTU. I haven't read the whole thing, but Relentz, I don't know if you wanted to read it.
Oh,
In the chat. Yeah, for you.
I can read it out loud if you want. Question for Relentz. Do you believe leaders in CATA are somewhat responsible for declining in team numbers due to the fact that they consistently slot switch? One person goes to another, comes out, and due to the fact that unstable spots, people stop playing and same teams stop forming because leaders now lose all those players in Swift for the same slots in instantability. Whole expansion had much more locked teams. Yeah. What do you think, Relentz?
That's a long question. I'm trying to. Do you believe leaders in CATA are responsible for decline in team numbers? Not necessarily. I think the ones that stopped playing are responsible. Because obviously, if you make a choice to stop playing, that's one less RBG leader. I think the reasons you gave are they're valid, but probably not. Like, I think it's just a new kind of era where people are pugging a lot more and mixing up. It's a different situation now. People aren't like playing as much in set teams, and it was very difficult to have set teams in CATA because of the PvE schedules, right? So like people had all their PvE schedules, work schedules. It was extremely hard to find like even 1 or 2 nights a week where you could play with all the same 10 people. So maybe in MoP we will have more, but yeah.
It's a follow-up question. Yes.
Yeah, it invites player 1 and then gets player 2.
Like, I can also try into some of it actually. Like, for me at least, like, I don't want to promise something that I can't keep. Like, promise a guy a spot and then I can't give him the spot. So I rather maybe not have a completely set team because I'm sure about these people can play decent these days and have decent skill level. I'll not promise more than I can keep. I
Transparency in
tend to
a
do
team is important.
Yeah.
Like understanding people knowing their roles. Like, are you gonna be that main spot in that role? Are you like, in other words, coming off the bench per se if players can't come, right? I think knowing your role on a team does have some weight to it.
Antti, do you mean so you invite the second choice player and then because the first choice player quits and then player 2 quits? I think I understand what you mean, but I don't think it's up to the leader. I think the leader should always choose the best team that they think is available, and whatever happens because of that is not really in their control, right? If the people they're benching as a result of picking someone else choose to quit, or they prefer not to play with other teams, it's not really in your control, right? As a leader, you can only build the team as a leader. So I don't think leaders are responsible. If that answers your question.
Yeah.
Choosing the best is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I think like
No,
what improved my groups more is just I try to pick the best possible players always. Maybe not the individual best players, but the best players for the team instead of people only that's consistent always showing. Like if I have a better player available, if like a MoP Analytics they like one day say, oh, we can play, okay, then I'm maybe forming a team with them instead of my old team always. Like I will actually be very adapting to who was available and stuff. So yeah.
I mean, you've got the reform meme for a reason, right? And
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think that's actually the best way to do it, because if you disband the whole team and then you invite the players back that you want, right? It's a nice way of saying to the other players without really being toxic or rude, we don't need you. Like, they just figure it out and they're like, okay, that's fair enough. Then they just go. And it sucks, right, to not be involved, but.
That is so true. I came to the same conclusion when watching Shreddy reform. I'm like, that's so smart. Like I should do that. Like why kick someone out when you could just reform? I heard some feeling.
Exactly.
Yeah, Antti, it's a difficult situation, especially when you're with friends and you've made different kinds of promises and agreements to like invite people and this kind of thing. So yeah, I sympathize with that, and it's really difficult. I find it difficult to manage that side of it. What I try to do is I never promise anyone a spot, if that makes sense, unless I really guarantee it. There's been occasions where I've like said somebody can play and then had to bring somebody else because just like there was a really significant upgrade in this specific role. and it's really unpleasant. But I think as long as you communicate and respectfully and all this other shit, usually it's fine. I've rarely had a problem because of this kind of situation.
Yeah, Soiled RBG makes made a little post here that's actually quite interesting. I'll read it. He's like, I've seen situations where players would get flamed for not doing something which another player of the same class would do, and it causes a bit of friction. I also see a bit more than other mages, and probably do a bit less damage overall than other mages. And I've seen arguments and friction from both ways. People will complain about my damage, but I will log off and watch a stream, and the mage replacing me will get flamed for lack of CC. I think consistency goes a long way in a team stability. That's exactly what DRAFT is indicating afterwards. Yeah, but maybe stick with players.
1 second, I have to interrupt with something real quick here. Is Soil RBG
sure.
the same guy as Flays in the Discord? I see the English difference is different here. It's not as there's some language difference. He's actually talking so clean now. So yeah.
But I generally agree. I mean, obviously, if you're replacing someone, in my opinion, you should obviously, understand why they're underperforming, and keep playing with that person. Maybe they need time to adapt to the team, whatnot, right? I'm never a big fan of replacing someone immediately, unless there's like an irreplaceable fuck up that is just inexcusable, which talking about like DPS and stuff like that, not really much of
just reform. It's simple. Just reform.
Just reform. Yeah.
Like another way I like to put it like is like I have this guy. He needs some games as well. Like I can swap you back later. I will give him some games if that's cool, and just ask him like that. It's not that bad. It's not that good either, but it's completely bad. Like,
I think there's one thing I noticed. So when I re-rolled to Boomkin, right, in the beginning of CATA, I was messaging Laser Disease. I was messaging all these people who are better than me for help, for guidance, for tips. I want to be as good as them or as close to good as them on their main class, right? And what I notice is people generally don't do this kind of thing where they can humble themselves to the point where they'll ask for tips on how to improve, or if, for example, they've been reformed out of the team, the team's reformed and they haven't been invited back, they're more angry about being replaced than they are curious about figuring out the reason why. So it's better in these situations to be, trying to investigate, like ask, what's the reason why I got replaced here? Is there anything I can change for next time? Or, what was the reason? Usually people will give you like a respectful answer, right? They're not going to be like toxic dickheads if you ask them nicely. So that's all I'll say about that, really. It's not nice to be replaced ever, but I think improvement comes from being a bit humble sometimes, right? And accepting that you're maybe not as good as you think you are, or this kind of thing.
well, the secret to this is to not get replaced. It's just to make your own groups, like then you don't get replaced. Pretty simple. Just make your own groups, like. But,
I mean, it's a good villain like origin story, right? You start your own team and then you beat the team who replaced you. This has happened many times over in previous seasons.
Yeah, but also to go back to the question a little bit again here, it's just that it's a really good question. But what I played kind of different if I play like random groups or if I play like my own group of people I know. If I play my own group, I would do the objectives way more and I would literally be playing as I should. But if I play with new people that I don't know as well, I'll be scoreboarding a bit more just to like, so they know that I can do numbers. Because in random groups, people care more about numbers. I feel like that's always been the case. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I think in random groups they care more about numbers simply because it's hard to get a perspective of what's happening on the map. Like no one's actually recording the games. No one can go back and watch to see what actually happened. You don't have a replay feature like when you play Halo, you can just replay the games and see what happened, right? You don't have. I mean, your details is like the second best thing, or like the best thing you can have. You could just look at the details and try to understand what happened, but sometimes the context is lost. Context is lost, and people come to conclusions a bit too fast regarding how people perform. I try, when I'm looking at details, I try to look at the first team fight, because that's when everybody is kind of somewhat equal, right? And it is a little bit more meaningful than looking at the overall data of what happened in the game. But again, it's hard, and people kick people out just by looking at just numbers and think that they understand the whole picture of what exactly happened, when in reality it's not.
Yeah, exactly. But also, as a leader, you should take in that, this guy was defending for half of the game, so of course he will do less damage and stuff. But also at the same time, people also tend to excuse, I was defending, even though they maybe were defending for 5 seconds or something. Like, people always use it as excuse as well, as much as they can, I think. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of times somebody's been blamed for having low damage, where they've been defending or peeling, being the first person to peel to kill the FC, all these kind of different factors is, it's just gonna, that's never gonna stop, right? People are they love details and they love the scoreboard too much in RBGs. It's never gonna change, I think. But
I kind of blame Blizzard. I mean, they should give us the tools to be able to break things down a little bit easier. At least give us like a map in game of the replay, so we can see the map replay of where people are going. Your team, the enemy team, and understanding what are the thought process of certain people, where are they going, where are they heading? Because just the position alone tells you a lot about the player.
Yeah, I think the opposite can be said though, because if you can also hide behind these excuses, right? If you're underperforming in damage, and I know there's a lot of people in CATA who picked up Boomkin, and believe it or not, they struggled to be able to do what I would consider the minimum standard of damage, and the excuses were always crazy. So I think knowing what to look at, details, first team fight, so for example, one Boomkin is completely CC'd. He all his dots are being dispelled, but he's still out damaging the other guy who didn't get CC'd, who didn't get dispelled.
Yeah.
You need to know what to look for when you're, and I think good leaders will be able to identify who is a good player, who is not, and who's coping with excuses.
Yeah, but also good leaders should ask the right questions, like actually ask the player, what happened? Why is this like? You used to play better other games and you do more damage. What actually happened in the situation? Or is it always like this? Like, ask the right questions and.
No, that's a valid point. I mean, that's something that not many leaders do. They just look at the details and that's it. I mean, the next step would be to ask the person that you've identified for whatever reason is underperforming, whether in CC, dispels, or damage, and asking, hey, what happened? What were you focusing on during this part of the game? And just have a conversation, try to understand what happened.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Dakrath says, as a warlock, you can pad 24/7, and none would be the wiser.
Yeah, I think warlock is a better example than Boomkin and CATA, because warlock had a lot of jobs to do, giving Curse of Tongues, fearing the mage, peeling the mage, all this kind of stuff. You had to be actually good at warlock and playing the video game rather than just doing damage. And I'm not going to mention any names, but there were some warlocks who were very proud of their big damage, but they were not so strong in these important areas, which I would much rather bring a warlock who's doing 75% of the damage, but he's doing all the smarty pants things, correct, fearing and peeling and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say who guessed it correct, but somebody guessed it correct in.
Yeah, well, there's only one person that guessed, but yeah.
1 second here. Yeah, I have a last category which I actually think is really important, if we can just round that up quick and people still have some questions, we can talk a little bit about that until you guys
Yeah, sure.
don't want to. Yeah, you
Go for it.
Of course. It's a long stream, so it's understandable. It's called Improvement and Rating Goals. What rating milestones are realistic to aim for, and what does it take to push past these plateaus? Where do teams get stuck? 1600, 1800, 2K, 2.2, and how do they break through?
Okay, I'll start then. I'll give my perspective on it, and I think most people would agree. I think you can play up to like 1800 CR, no voice, just win-lose groups. Honestly, it seems to be MMR seems to climb really high in RBGs. I don't know if it'll be the same in MOP, but I think 1800 is a realistic goal for most people. I don't think it's that hard to get if you put a little time and effort into it. I think anybody can reach that. I think 2K rating is when people are actually start, organizing, being on Discord, and actually attempting to have a more organized game. And I think that's going to be a little bit harder. I think that's going to be the plateau for most people. And then the better teams, the better teams should, in my opinion, reach 2.2K relatively easy. But I think the big plateau will be 2K, 2.1K in general. That's my point. There you go.
2K 2-1 is about right, I feel.
It really depends on the inflation of the season. So if you see Season 1, when the game was more active, 2.4 was probably what 2K was in the final season. So I think the rating is arbitrary, but like the point at which you get stuck at on the ladder is probably more relevant, or like in the quality of games. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah. It can also depend on when you play in the season. If you play from the start, there will maybe be a high inflation because more people are playing, and you can literally push early up, and when in the late season and in the middle season, it will be harder to push, and then there will be like some kind of pushing as well in the end. So it also depends on when you actually push and play, and it also depends on if you queue like more tactical, or you just press the button Q, or you're like kind of dodging, sniping, or what you're doing,
But this time around, it'll be much more interesting because there's not going to be any gear advantages going against the 2.2, 2.4K teams. So that'll be interesting. Everybody's going to be technically on the same playing field.
Yeah, but the elite weapons removed, that's what you're referring to, yeah.
Yep.
So it can be an elite weapons. But there's still a PvP enchant or something, I thought about that. There's some kind of enchant.
It's the bloody one. It's only a visual effect, right? On top of dancing steel.
Isn't it?
I mean, yeah, or you're just poor as fuck and you can't afford the enchant. I think the enchant might be expensive for some people, right? Granted, they're not farmers or whatnot. I mean, if you're a good player, then you just can get it for relatively almost nothing. Some conquest points.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think you should also just take it as steps, like if you haven't played RBG, maybe your first goal is like 1600, 1800, then you reach that, then you try to look further. Like just take it one step at a time. Don't a lot of people are gonna burn out if they think they should get hero the first season they play RBG, and they may have like smaller goals, but it's good to see it in the big picture and have a big goal as well. That's what I think.
I think like focusing on him, if you're focusing on the outcome or the goal of like rating and title and stuff, it's the wrong way to look at it. I think you should focus on improving and like adding good players and getting into good groups and stuff. And I think the rating will just come naturally.
Yeah.
That's
Yep, I completely agree.
True and real.
And this is a trap most teams fall into. Sure, Relentz, they get into that perspective early on, or where they're like, oh yeah, we don't care about rating. And then they get up to 2K. And all of a sudden, rating starts to matter, right? And they're like, oh, we're getting close, 2.2K. oh, that red enchant, it looks so juicy. And then all of a sudden they start thinking about raiding. And that's where they fall into the trap, and then they start losing, and then they get really bad mood, and it's not fun anymore, and the perspective completely changes. And it's like, no, just stop. Just keep playing, have fun. You'll get to 2.2k, you know, if you do things right, but just don't worry about the rating. Just play games and, you know, and try to improve.
I have a good example for that. I'm not gonna say names, but I had some guys, especially one guy that joined me. He joined every group I was playing with, and later the more rating he gained, like he was more selective with the groups and drafts and everything. Like it changes, yeah. I can agree. I've seen that in more than one guy, actually more people, and especially late season when the hero is on the table and people actually can reach it, they would like dodge, snipe, and play very selective, and yeah. So.
Relentz, Tdot.
So I'm just answering a very interesting discussion in Twitch chat right now. I missed what the topic of.
Oh, we're just the continuation of what we were previously talking about, the milestones, the realistic milestones, not focusing on rating and so on and so forth. Yeah.
I think mindset, it's important not to focus on it too much. I think, you know, if you play your game and your team plays their game, and you know, you do your job or fill your role, things will happen.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have one more. I have one last question, then we can round off. And
Oh, can I say one thing about
yeah,
this?
sure,
I remember
sure.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so when I remember I logged on my Shyla Styles mage early on in Cat. Do you remember when I rolled that third mage?
Yeah.
And I was trying to get into groups, and I was explaining to the leader of these groups, I have 2.7 CR on my main, I have this much XP, blah, 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 but my CR on this character is 1300 or something. And he chose not to take me because of
that's
my
wild.
CR instead of my experience. Even though
That
I
is
had
wild.
same class, same gear. He just... So, and this was not like a one-off thing. This kind of attitude seems to be common in like low-level LFG groups. So I don't know how that can change, but I think people just need to be open to the idea of taking player over the the rating and forget the rating entirely. To be honest, it will come. It will come if you're doing the right thing, right? Your rating will go up when you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, especially if it's like a mage, you have a mage system, a main, and you play the mage alt. It literally shouldn't matter. Maybe some gear, but that's it, you know.
You know, Relentz, I feel like you're describing me back in original CATA and MoP. I remember I was forming groups. I had like 1700 CR. I was so proud of myself. This guy whispers me he's like 1650. I'm like, no, you have to be at least 1700. Oh man, those are like the noob moments. Where you're just like, you don't want to do that. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Just play with the players that can that can give you wins. You know.
It reminds me of also back in BFA and Legion and maybe also CATA and stuff. Like people will say, hero glad rank 1 groove. And then it would be like literally the guy made the groove didn't even have hero himself, you know. Like that's so
I feel like you're talking about someone that I know.
Yeah, that is a classic.
Yeah.
That's actually a classic. Hero Glad. It was actually I don't want to say his name.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the last question I have. Let's
Yeah.
see.
I feel like there's some drama happening in chat.
I've
Can't really
been
tell,
talking
though.
about this already. There's lots to like. Is there something else you came up with? Anyone like? I had my last questions. I had these 20 questions. And kind of been going through it. It's taking them all the time than expected, but I think we went through a very lot here.
It's interesting.
So,
I mean, think of it like this: you don't do these podcasts that very often. The last one you did was at the start of CATA, so
yeah,
it's good to even if it takes like extra 10-15 minutes, cover all the interesting shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not often we have 4 SWAT guys on a call together.
Keeping it clean, yeah. No toxicity.
Yeah, good vibes. All that.
Yeah. I'm just sorry if I talk a lot. I have a habit of Yeah, I've been
I
a bit
think
too much.
everyone talks good there. Like sometimes we need to ask Tdot a little bit more to say something because he knows a lot. But I mean, we are like three guys talking a lot, and he's talking like slightly less. So we need to ask him a little bit more, of course. So.
I've just been a little tapped out after the last 45 minutes.
He's
That's
been
all.
protecting his strats for season 1.
Ah, I see how it is.
Ah,
Yeah, I see
got
how
it
it is.
patented.
I feel I've been quite open.
Yeah.
I say a lot of things. I'm
Mhm.
not hiding anything.
There's actually one
thing
thing,
is,
I have as well, but you two talk first, then I will come with my thing right after. So yeah. Xockburn, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted with chats. I completely forgot what I wanted to say. Well, yeah. What I would say is, I think most RBG strats are known by now. I think the thing that is, I think the unknown, I think in every season, is how you coordinate in the main team fight. I think that is the biggest problem, the biggest issue most people have. I mean, people have great, strategy ideas, how to do this, how to do that. But when it comes to the team fight and actually coordinating with your team, I think that is the biggest issue for like 99% of teams out there, in my opinion. And it's like, what do you focus on? Like, do I focus on CCing the DPS, healers? Do I do something specific within the first 10 seconds of the team fight? What am I looking for? It's so much happening, right? And I feel like this is something that has not been very explained very well. There's no information about it. Every RBG leader has their own perspective on what needs to be done. What is the main focuses? Your focus on the team fight. Does it change depending on who you're going against? This is, for me, this always has been very something that's one of the more things that's a little bit harder to understand, because when you're playing, when you're leading like these lower level teams, you just need the minimum amount of coordination. But when it comes to the higher end, there are specific things people think about. I assume, right? I'm assuming people go in with a very specific plan on who you're going to CC, what kind of damage you're going to be doing, what is your opener, what are you looking out for, and I would love for someone to be like, hey, Cockburn, this is how it goes. This is what we do, right? And I would love to have like different high level teams' perspectives on, what they're doing in those team fights.
Definitely.
For sure. Maybe anyone in chat's got some spicy questions to like finish off.
Yeah.
If not, I have a question for you guys.
Oh.
Sure, bro. You can start so people can write it at the same time.
Alright, so my question for you guys is, since MoP is launching tomorrow night, I guess, what is, your plan on how you're going to level or prep for the PvP season over the next week and a half to 2 weeks? Like, are you going to just level one char and then start leveling your second char? Are you just going to level your char and then gear it? I guess I want to pick your brain and figure out, like, what are your plans, or what do you intend to do over the next week and a half to 2 weeks?
I'll just be online quite a lot. I'm not like planning to like stay up 24 hours or anything crazy like that. I'm just gonna be playing the game a lot, leveling, doing professions. I'm gonna try and get my main character just like fully maxed, fully geared, fully professioned, and then I'll focus on my ults. And that's it really. I'm just gonna quest and play the game really.
Yeah. I've kind of been prepping a lot actually, maybe even too much, and I have come to the conclusion that I will level my monk first, and I will literally quest on it mainly to have all the reps done. If I decide to do some kind of PvE or anything, I will do the reps like quickly with the quests mainly on that one, and then when that hits 90, I will straight up level the paladin right away, because there won't be many BD pops in the start before when everyone has leveled, because I'm gonna kind of try at it. I have a lot of these fight monsters, and I'm gonna pop a lot of them and stay up. So yeah, and then I will level the paladin, and then I will literally be ready to farm honor when everyone has hit their first. I'll probably have 2 up, And yeah, and if I will go with those two the first week, and the next week I'll probably level the priest and the DK to have them ready as well. And later on I will work on multiple palace, and yeah, like I always do. So yeah. And also the second character I'll probably level more on dungeons with like monkey runs and maybe some solo dungeoning and some grinding dungeons, and yeah, we'll see.
That's fair. What about you, Cockburn?
I'm gonna keep it chill. I have plans to raid with my guild because I never actually raided the first time around. MoP has only focused on WoW PvP and RBGs, believe it or not. And so yeah, I have my plans in the first week. I took the week off from work, so I'm going to level a lock and a DK. Lock mainly for PvE, but we'll see if I will do some RBGs with it. But yeah, I'll be forming some groups in RBGs from time to time, I believe. I don't know if it's going to be like a more educational thing or it'll be a serious team. It depends. I have a few guys I'm waiting on a response for. If they decide to make a comeback, and if they do, then I'll probably form a team with them. It'll be a fun little group. So yeah.
That sounds good. I definitely over-prepared. I leveled like 4 druids during the pre-patch. I don't think I'm going to play all of them. I'm probably just going to level 1 or 2 druids, see how it goes, and if I need more druids, then I'll just level them at some point. That's my plan.
Yeah. But I think for most people, the best idea is just to level 1 character and prep it and be ready for the season start, because we're gonna blast a lot of RBGs. I don't know why people say, can I join? I'm not fully geared, I haven't fixed my professions, but I'm here. No, literally, go farm your shit before you join my group, please. Thank you. So yeah.
Facts.
I want that as a soundboard, man. Go farm your shit before you join my group, please.
Yeah, I survey. I literally survey that dog shit behavior and casual animals. Like, fuck off. Like. Sorry, but it is my opinion. It is what it is.
Respectfully.
Wait, what is he even? We're at 450 now and it goes up to 525. It's not that bad to level your professions, I swear. It'll be a bit expensive maybe, but should be fine.
Exactly. Anyone else has some questions we want to go through? Relentz maybe, Cockburn, or anyone?
Good.
Okay, here's a question.
Yeah.
If you've already achieved Hero of the Alliance on your character, what's the motivation to keep playing the game? Like, and going for a high ladder rank?
Like, for me, for sure it is to try be as high on the ladder as I possibly can. I don't want to be like just over the hero cutoff, getting it. I want to like be at the top, you know. So I want to improve to get there, and that's my goal. And even push the hero on multiple classes, characters, roles and stuff, and also play with more different groups, you know. Like if you're playing in the underdog group but still can get a hero on your alt or whatever, that was kind of cool as well, I think. So.
For me, I think if you already have HOTA, I think like a good goal is just to be motivated to want to queue into the top teams, right? Because having the highest form of competition is always a good thing. I think people can agree with that or relate. You know, playing high competitive games.
Mm-hmm.
I think for people that don't have HOTA, I mean that's also extra motivation to actually queue into those teams, right? And to push even more, and to you know, if they don't have a HOTA, maybe they're just a bit more hungry. So that's extra motivation.
Yeah, it comes in my mind when you say that as well. Like, I think actually the community and the HOTA players, they should look at which groups and which players are not dodging and actually will queue into you, and maybe play a bit more with them as well. I think that's very nice. And the dodgers, maybe you won't help and join them, but the people that actually want to queue against you, you will play with those guys as well, because That's what good spirit is in RBG, I think. So.
Did Cockburn answer that question actually about motivation to keep playing after?
I didn't answer that question. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, there are people that have their games they like to play, right? Whether it's PUBG, Fortnite, whatever. Some people specialize in World of Warcraft PvP and RPGs, and after work or whatever they do in life, it's one of the things it's their hobby, right? And every season, it's just a farm and get that rating. I think that's it. And I think they enjoy the competition, whether they're toxic or or it's just for bragging rights or whatever the reason is. It's probably something that they enjoy doing and it's something that they're good at. If you're good at something, why stop, right?
True. I had a bit of a spicy follow-up question though.
Yeah.
Because so Shreddy, you mentioned like being high on the ladder, right? But if CATA proved anything, I think it proved that being high on the ladder does not necessarily mean you're a good player, because a lot of players, they snipe, they dodge, all these kind of shady things to get the rating they win.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you think the rating is more important or your reputation as a player and a person?
I think
Your
the
skill,
reputation
like
is the most important, like that you're actually not known as someone that dodges and something like that. You're actually known as a player that wants good games and wants to play the game and actually play against decent teams as well and play with people. Like I think that matters way more. But of course, I want to see how high I can get at the rating, but not for every sacrifice in the world. Like I wouldn't sit and dodge and snipe and even win trade to get my title or get on top. I wouldn't do that. So yeah, I think the reputation matters more, but rating matters, but not for every sacrifice. I got really happy one day. Like I was talking with Adrian on voice, and he said like, someone in the Discord was like flaming the Dodgers and all that shit, and he said like, look at Shreddy. He didn't play the whole season. He came back, and he conquered the bracket. Like playing games and enjoying. I got so happy when he said that. Like that's fun.
True, man. That's so heaven. Yeah. I think I even said that at one point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if people focus less on the ladder and the rating, at least this is my take. Focus on just like being the best player you can, pressing Q. I think MoP will be good fun. I think the moment people start like worried they're gonna lose points and all this other shit, I think we're getting lost in the sauce at that point. But that's just my take, at least.
Yeah, but also not just that they're afraid of they're losing points, but they even one step further from that is like, I don't want to feed them any points. I don't want to, like lose because I don't like these guys, so I cannot give them anything. Like not even that may be even the next step from that. So,
yeah. I also think that people need just to keep in mind that titles mean absolutely nothing at the end of the day, especially when there's so much cheating that's happening. It's like, well, I mean, does anyone actually wear Hero of the Alliance or Hero of the Horde title? Is there even a point?
I love it. I like the title because it's nostalgic and
it's so
actually
long.
It's a cool title. I don't wear it to like prove to people. I'm pretty convinced that like PvE players and like the average players, they don't know what it is. Arena players think you're just an RBG dog, and the benefits to actually wearing the title is just to advertise that you're an RBG nerd. So it's not really a flex to wear HOTA title, but I still find the title cool, and it's nostalgic for me, so I like it.
It is a cool title. I second that.
I think the best thing is to have the hero title and be on a glad mount. I think you won in the game then, actually. That's why. I never got the glad mount though, but maybe we'll see if I can do some fives or anything cool. But yeah, I think that's just a good look.
Yeah.
That's just a thumbs up, So, I was thinking about something else, but I don't know. I was kind of lost in the sauce now. It's been a long, good talk, and I'm out of soda. I'm like getting a little bit, but
It's almost midnight, so I'm gonna bounce soon. I think.
we have like 4 hours almost. So yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
But I was
Yeah.
gonna ask
Good.
someone something though. We have some more questions in the chat. We want to go through, and
Yeah. Are there any questions in the chat?
then now's the last time. There was
I like how
something
Dinky
I
said-
actually wanted to ask you guys. Actually, I almost had it back now. What did you say? Yeah, with Dinky here.
Oh no, I think you mentioned that there's like a three-way Twitch drama thing. This argument going on.
How did the fight even start?
I don't know.
They have beef from before. I think it's good though. Beef is healthy for the game. It
I
gives
agree.
people reasons to queue up.
Yeah.
Beyond just rating, like rivalries and all this shit. I'm so looking forward to when we don't have this soft play area vibes in MoP, where people have to like be nice to each other all the time. Like, I really can't wait to.
I mean, but like for example, if you look at sports, like any sports, there's a general consensus to at least be nice to the opponent you're playing against. But when it comes to RBGs, there are no rules. It's like beef, talk shit, whatever. It's okay.
Yep. I mean, you can be professional about it. For me, at least, as soon as you involve real life, I think it's like crossing a line. But before that,
You can be professionally toxic. Is that possible?
yeah. Not a bad guild name, to be fair.
Oh, that is actually really good. Professionally toxic. That's pretty good, actually.
No, but a wise man once said to me, nothing matters when you turn the screen off, and at the end of the day, it's all role playing. All this RBG drama and fighting, it's all role playing, and none of it matters.
You sure about the role play? I don't know. Sometimes it feels a little personal for some people. I feel.
You're a
Well,
fucking
man.
cringe kid, bro. You're so bad. Like, just fuck
A
off.
wise man once said it, so it must be true. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, just say 2K, please. Thank you. I had to say that as well. But yeah. I think it was a really good stream, actually. I really enjoyed this, and hopefully we can make more content like this together in MoP with us here, or maybe invite other people as well, and keep this community alive and keep the fun and the plays happening. One thing before we stop here, I want you guys, you also have like a YouTube or Twitch or something. Maybe you could link it in my stream quick, and if you want to, they could throw a follow as well, so we all can like help each other and follow each other. And you can also follow this stream if you liked it and enjoyed it. And there's also a link to the Discord for the RBG we have, and you can also be a part of the Discord and try to bring the community together. So yeah.
Wait, not that one.
That's the wrong one. Okay, yeah. So, cheat unlock.
And that's my YouTube and that's my Twitch as well. I probably have to get a rebranding at some point, but whatever. Xockburn seems to be a no-go for some platforms.
It's too spicy for your own good.
And it's too spicy, man. I was so happy when I found the name Xockburn. I was like, oh, that's the coolest name ever. Like,
I
just
typed
banned
that
everywhere.
into, actually, no.
You sorry?
You also have I linked yours as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I link my YouTube.
Watch Tdot's most recent video of him blasting Avidance at the end of season 9.
I was actually going through the video, yeah.
That was my first W against Avi.
Yeah. Randall Priest absolutely wants us to go open channel for people to join for questions. But yeah.
I think it's if people have some questions, like they can join the Discord and we can drag you up, like just do that like for like 5 minutes. I'm not gonna go and open channel with. Yeah. Just join the G1 and I can drag you up if you have a question. It's cool.
Feels like a trap.
It does feel like a trap.
Nobody's brave enough to join though.
No.
Oh, there's always someone. My prediction is Dinky's gonna be the first one to join RBG1 channel.
I think Guest Pal should join. and ask a question
Yeah,
In
sure.
French?
Well, he basically speaks French anyway when he speaks English.
Completely roasted.
But other than that, I'm
16
just
times 0.
even more hype now. Who is
Okay,
that
well, we
guy?
got.
6 times 0.
I have.
That's Yim. We'll
Do
do
we want to
Irene
drag
first.
him in, or can he stay there? That's the question.
Hello, Irene.
Hello.
Hello.
So I have a question. So I didn't play CATA much. So what was the biggest issues with the community of Cataclysm RBGs?
That people quit
question,
early, I
yeah.
think, honestly. That's my...
I feel like that had more to do with Blitz though.
Yeah.
Well, you tell us why you quit, Irene. That's a good place to start, I think.
There was no monk, no demon hunter.
Oh, so you need OP class to play the game. I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, but what I also think is that I think for MoP there's not like big retail blitz coming or some other like crazy like. I think it's a good time for MoP actually releasing. I don't think it will die as fast for sure. So.
Yep.
CATA was boring. Yeah.
Uh,
So the
yeah.
problem with the community, is that what your question was? Or the problem with the people?
I was curious why you think that there wasn't more activity.
I think by at a certain point after Avi quit, it was like I was involved in this too. All the best players sort of like what's the word? They all got together in one strongest group, and there wasn't like an equal group to contest them. So we had like one team. There was always sort of one team stomping everything. I think we realized it too late that it wasn't healthy for the game. But I think the motivation in season 1 was people wanted hero titles and they didn't know what the cutoff was going to be, so they were like trying to get all the CR and all this kind of stuff. That's yeah.
So during the stream, I heard a lot of you guys talk about that, like how to make the community better and everything. But then you still talk about like, oh, the reform is such a good thing, like getting rid of the bad players like this. Like, how do you think? Like, what will you do like to improve the community? Like, will you still just chase rating, chase ranking spots?
I guess I can answer that part. I guess. So obviously the reform thing was a joke. I'm not going to reform. I'm the one that made that joke. What I do is maybe I'm a little bit different than some of the others. I don't really care too much about rating. I mean, I got HOTA already a couple times, and what I've done at the end of Cataclysm was form what we call these educational groups. It's kind of a cringe name, but it's more of just me inviting randoms and just helping win and having fun. And that's something I'll continue to do for MoP. And I think it's something that's caught on with a lot of the community. I think the feedback I've gotten is that they've enjoyed these groups, and hopefully this will allow people to maybe learn how to lead and form their own groups and learn. So I think it helps the community in the end. I don't know about the others, but yeah.
Well, I think like what we talked about earlier with the kind of like cups, tournaments, World Cups, or anything like something that's just not in the actual game, but something we make as a community, like drafts or anything like just bring the community together as people, and we can make it better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that RBG tournament that we had, like, I think it was in September, where like there was like 40, there was like 6 teams.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
think that was really fun. It was
Yeah.
really long and it could have been improved a bit, but it was a good idea, and that's definitely something that maybe could be in the cards again. You know, maybe just a little bit of tweaking.
Yeah. Of course.
I agree. Obviously, the first time something like this is organized on such a large scale, it's going to have points of failure. But if you keep doing it, you're going to improve, and you're going to find that sweet spot on what actually works and what doesn't work. So I think what Shreddy organized was, and I think Relentz, I think you organized that as well. I think it was really great.
I think it was just a bit too late. We did it too late. But I think what I'll do is I'll try this time in the first week to make like really quick. I'm not going to make them like flashy or anything, but I'll just make guides for new players, how to look for groups using LFG, how to search other people up on the armory, all the things that I think like new players who don't know how to get into the bracket are missing. And then just like post them in a channel in Shreddy Discord, maybe something like that. And then maybe some tips and stuff just for people. But on a personal level, like in the game, I think I'll just try to join underdog groups more, try not to be always on, like, for example, you've got like a strong team, right? If there's not another strong team to queue into, my take is you shouldn't queue that team, right? You should queue alts or queue something weaker, or just like join other groups. So I'm going to try and just be more strict and disciplined with myself about doing that. Try not to like. Sometimes it's easy. The easy option is to just say yes when somebody asks you, right? But I'll just play with whoever and try to encourage other people to do the same thing. But yeah.
Yeah, but even like if they ask you to form, yeah, sure, I will form against you. Like, if they're forming, they ask you, yeah, sure, I can form something. I don't want to join, but I can form something and play against you. So the actually is another team, that is like one team queuing, stomping the ladder, always. So.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering. All right.
Thanks, bro.
Where's Yiming?
Yeah.
Oh, he disappeared.
He dodged. So yeah, he left. You can join
Yiming,
again,
where are
Yiming,
you,
if you
brother?
want. Where are you, man? Or if anyone else want to join RBG 1, we can drag you in if you have a question you want to ask on stream.
I wish I could ask people who played retail and what it is about Classic that they don't want to fully jump in. I wish I could ask other people that. I wish some retail player could give me the perspective of like why the retail RBGers don't come and play RBGs on Classic.
Low effort. Solo queue. Yeah.
Yeah.
People say no politics and you just press Q, but the amount of people I see getting banned and like the complaints about like win trading and all this other kind of stuff. Past content, I see.
Yeah, I have some friends as well that they want to play arena with me and stuff, and RBG and stuff, and they always try to get me into the retail, but I'm just like, I enjoy the classic more, but they say always like, oh, I played that before, I don't need to play it again. But people really play it so different that it's not the same as it was, and people can just accept that and try to join what the good games are. So.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I'm gonna bounce. It's getting really late.
Yeah.
I need to hit the bed.
Thanks a lot for joining, bro. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, I really appreciate Shreddy you organizing this, and thank you for inviting me. I had a lot of fun. Thanks,
Yeah.
Tdot. Nice
See you,
conversation.
Xockburn.
Bye bye.
Yeah, good night, mate. Good night.
Good night.
Played it, but don't want to redo it. Yeah, it's valid. I get it. No, this was I liked this. I enjoyed it. The time flew by for me. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 hours, just snap of a finger.
Yeah.
And this time tomorrow we'll be in MoP. So
We will be. You're right.
I was thinking if you guys here, if you like, some people were asking about the tier list, and you were talking about as well making like a class tier list. Like, if you guys have time tomorrow, maybe we could do it like
Maybe
a
before,
tier list.
yeah,
we could do
before
like a
MoP launch, maybe.
pre-MoP. Yeah, like a little hype stream countdown.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, we can. If we can do that tomorrow, like same time, like 8 o'clock. If you guys here down, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm down. That sounds good.
You said 8 p.m.
Yeah, like same time, if that's good.
Oh, okay. I think I should be around.
Yeah, we look at
We'll
it, but
see.
just have like something like, yeah, try it. Anyway, guys, I think that was it for now. Thanks a lot for tuning in for the stream, and make sure to follow us all so you can enjoy the MoP RBGs together. And
And
yeah,
make
see
sure
you
to
in the
level
Discord.
your professions if you want an invite to the groups, yeah? You fucking lazy pricks. That's
And
me.
farm your gear, man. No one invites otherwise.
From that tailor.
Alright, thanks for having me, Shreddy. It was good fun. Nice to speak to all of you.
See you,
Yeah,
gamers.
Shreddy.
See
This
you in
is good.
MoP. It's our blast.
Yeah, see you up, boys.
One second, I'm just hosting Abby here. See you guys. Enjoy. There you go.
It was good, bro. Nice job. Sorry I was
Yeah.
late, by the way. I